Francesco Petrarch, the great humanist of the 14th century, once reflected on the English and their approach to war. To him, they were not naturally a military people. After all, they had suffered defeat at Bannockburn against what he called the wretched Scots. Yet, when drawn into the wider conflicts of Europe, they showed a surprising skill and ferocity in battle. Centuries later, during the Second World War, American soldiers were given similar advice. Don't be fooled by the English tendency to be polite and soft-spoken. When pushed, they could be incredibly tough. From the field of Crécy in 1346 to the Falklands in 1982, the English built a reputation for fighting against the odds, often giving the impression that they approached war with the calmness of a sporting contest. Their famous understatement, dry humor, and composure even in crisis only strengthened this image. Adding to it was their knack for technology. In 1415, the devastating longbow. In 1940, the life-saving power of radar. Still, historians remind us that the English tradition of arms was not without its flaws. The so-called amateur military tradition made them flexible and inventive, but also left critics dismissing them compared to nations with permanent professional armies. Yet, this amateur spirit could be turned into strength. Tudor and early Stuart Englishmen, in particular, displayed an impressive ability to adapt, adjust, and absorb lessons in changing conditions. Some even believed geography explained their character. Living in a temperate land gave them both courage and counsel, producing soldiers who, when called, took up arms with great energy and resilience. Foreign observers agreed. A Venetian in the 16th century admitted that while the English lacked constant training, they possessed natural boldness, learned quickly from veterans, and were famously unafraid of danger or death. Because the sea was England's greatest shield, it is impossible to discuss their wars without mentioning naval power. In the Tudor age, the Navy was not yet the mighty institution it would become. Henry VII inherited only a handful of ships, and for much of the 16th century, the fleet was thought of mainly as a means to carry armies to foreign shores. Amphibious raids, like those against Scotland or Spain, were the norm. Even the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 did not feel like a decisive turning point at the time, but rather the beginning of years of invasion fears. The Navy slowly grew in strength, marrying ships with artillery and shaping England's destiny as a maritime power. On land, however, the English usually fought defensively. Unlike nations that built elaborate military machines, England preferred to invest energy elsewhere. As one historian remarked, the English were not naturally a martial people, and a call to arms often met with indifference, except under kings like Henry VIII, who longed to repeat the glories of Agincourt. The Reformation made the realm feel even more threatened, turning England into a beleaguered isle surrounded by Catholic powers. Campaigns in Ireland, Scotland, and Europe were seen less as acts of aggression and more as protection of England's survival, faith, and dynasty. Of course, to the Scots at Bannockburn or the Irish at the Boyne, England looked very much the aggressor. And yet, behind it all lay the long shadow of 1066, when the Norman conquest tied English rulers to the dynastic struggles of France, pulling them again and again into continental wars. Henry VII avoided risky dreams of conquering France, but his reign coincided with important changes in the art of war. This was the age of the matchlock, the introduction of trunnions to artillery, and the first bastioned fortifications. When he prepared for war with Scotland in 1496 to 97, his army displayed the classic features of English warfare. Only 2 years after Charles VIII's dramatic march through Italy revealed the power of artillery, Henry had already cast 28 falcon guns from wheeled iron. His forces included siege weapons, harquebusiers, and an ordnance corps of 1,000 men with 600 horses. Dutch specialists were hired to strengthen the artillery arm, and English gunners trained at Mile End on newly built proving grounds. Henry also valued new tools of his age. Just as he embraced artillery, he also made use of the printing press, publishing his ordinances of war in printed form in 1492. His approach to warfare was cautious, yet flexible, defensive in strategy, innovative in technology, and grounded in leadership. He had no love for war, but when forced to fight, he proved himself capable. His victory at Bosworth in 1485 had already given his combat in battle a near sacred reputation, almost as if it were divinely sanctioned. Among the Tudor monarchs, Henry VII stood apart as a careful soldier king. His son, Henry VIII, known to history as Bluff King Hal, was the only one who truly relished war and had the resources to pursue it. Edward VI, though depicted on coinage with martial strength, lacked both the health and appetite for combat. Mary I was preoccupied with questions of succession and religion, leaving little space for military glory. Elizabeth I, despite her famous speech at Tilbury, viewed war with reluctance. To her, it was costly, unpredictable, and deadly. She was never enchanted by the chivalric image of war, and struggled even to pay her soldiers and sailors when their service ended. In the end, it was royal character and politics that determined how often England went to war, while geography dictated the form that warfare usually took. Henry VIII's politics, both at home and abroad, were often driven by his hunger for war. Unlike his cautious father, Henry dreamed of expanding his dominions on the continent and building an imperial image of himself as a conqueror. Military glory promised prestige, wealth, and legitimacy. His passion for warfare shaped even the atmosphere of his court. Gentlemen of the Privy Chamber paraded in armor and raised soldiers of their own, sometimes more than powerful nobles could muster. The king tapped into both church and citizenry for men and resources, turning his inner circle into what one observer called a military powerhouse. This martial spirit spread throughout his court, influencing figures like Thomas Cromwell, and reached its height during the large campaigns of the 1540s. Henry VIII succeeded in fielding armies of a scale England had not seen again until the days of William III. His vast resources and dual system of recruitment made it possible. Lords received commissions to raise troops, while ordinary men were drawn for overseas service. Nobles calculated their quotas of men and weapons according to formulas based on their estates. Military service could also be demanded directly, though some subjects were allowed to pay instead of fighting, bringing Henry both troops and money. In 1511, English forces marched onto the continent with their longbows, though a campaign planned with the Spanish faltered before a single arrow was loosed. Later expeditions also revealed the declining usefulness of the longbow, as many weapons were judged unfit for battle. Still, English troops soon impressed allies. At the siege of Venlo, soldiers under Sir Edward Poynings fought with skill and courage, earning praise from Margaret of Savoy, who wrote proudly to her father, the Emperor, that the English fought harder than any other contingent in the alliance. Their aptitude for gunnery was also noted, as they constructed a mound, placed artillery, and demolished enemy towers that threatened their camp. But Henry also learned painful lessons about supply. In 1512, a campaign collapsed when Spanish allies failed to provide food. Soldiers mutinied, and the cost of provisions spiraled. These early failures forced the Tudors to take logistics seriously. By 1513, with the king himself preparing to cross to France at the head of an army of more than 24,000, preparations were made with far greater care. The government's administrative machine proved its worth. Cardinal Wolsey, still early in his career, took charge of the immense organizational burden. He managed everything from the movement of soldiers from ship to shore, down to the pay of trumpeters, showing the same attention to detail that had brought success to English commanders during the 100 Years' War. Supporting him were men like Sir Thomas Windham, who handled both soldiers and sailors, and Sir John Daunce, who oversaw supplies. Even the practical matter of feeding the army showed the distinctive Henrician approach: decentralized, privately contracted, but royally supervised. In 1513–14, John Heron, head of the King's Custom House, organized the provision of salted beef for 10,000 men. Working with £3,000 from the royal treasury, he and the Lord Admiral used ports like Lynn, Boston, Sandwich, and London as supply hubs. Fat oxen were herded from counties such as Lincolnshire and slaughtered, their meat salted, packed into barrels, and shipped by water to the coast. At Wisbech, barrels were floated to Lynn. In London, slaughterhouses sent their loads down the Thames on barges. Though extra charges for handling and transport drove up costs, suppliers balanced their profits by selling hides and tallow. Every detail was carefully recorded in Heron's accounts, leaving a picture of how England under Henry VIII waged war, not just with men and weapons, but with an emerging system of logistics that kept armies moving and fighting abroad. On the 16th of August, 1513, near the town of Bromy, the English clashed with the French in what became known as the Battle of the Spurs. The name came from the speed with which the French cavalry fled the field, spurring their horses to escape. The encounter began as little more than a French attempt to deliver food, mainly slabs of bacon, to the garrison at Terouanne. They had not expected to meet an enemy, but English scouts, aided by good fortune, intercepted them. The French suddenly found themselves confronted by a stronger force, supported by cavalry eager for the fight, light artillery positioned on the high ground, and dismounted horse archers ready to fire. The English bowmen loosed their arrows without hesitation, inflicting losses before the French could even form a plan. With few options, retreat was their only answer. Henry VIII and the Emperor Maximilian were close by with their infantry, eager to join the fray, though the fight was all but over before they arrived. In Henry's official account, he described the clash as if he had been present at the first blow, noting the capture of French prisoners and the pursuit of their forces. The French fled in disarray, casting off armor and weapons in their panic. Yet some men, such as the famed Knight Bayard, earned honor by holding a narrow bridge and buying time for their comrades to escape. There was no mass slaughter like Agincourt, but the rout had been sparked by English archery, and the swiftness of the French retreat seemed to confirm the belief that they carried an ingrained fear of English arms. Even with such triumphs, England's limitations were clear. Henry's army still relied heavily on foreign expertise. Gun crews were largely Flemish, cannon cast in the Netherlands, and mercenaries such as German pikemen and calivermen filled the ranks. The Crown leaned on Dutch ships to transport men and supplies, showing how dependent England was on military resources purchased on the open market. The wider campaign of 1513 exposed another weakness: England's lack of weight as a true European military power. For all the careful spending and logistical effort, strategy was often unfocused, and victories risked being wasted. Later expeditions in 1522 and 1523 again revealed this problem, though they also demonstrated English strength on the battlefield. At Bray in 1523, English artillery, moved under cover of darkness, blasted a gap in the walls wide enough for a cart within 2 hours. Days later, at Montdidier, their night assault reduced even the strongest bulwark in a matter of hours, forcing a surrender by morning. Yet many of these successes were achieved only with foreign gunners desperately recruited to fill the gaps in Henry's forces. Henry VIII's ambitions pushed his servants to achieve impressive feats of supply and organization, achievements not equaled until much later in English history. He brought provisioning and transport directly under royal control more than any monarch before him. But the lack of a true professional military bureaucracy meant his ministers relied on improvised systems and the labor of household and church officials. The results were uneven. Campaigns like that of 1522 showed how easy it was for money and effort to be wasted when artillery or carts failed to reach the front. Moving an army of 10,000 men to France required royal ships, Spanish transports, and a fleet of private English vessels hired from Calais, Harwich, Hull, and Dartmouth. Even then, wagons and guns were in short supply. The lessons of these struggles made many in England question whether it was wiser to fight defensively rather than pour vast sums into risky adventures across the Channel. From the very start of his reign, Henry VIII relied heavily on the armed citizens of England. In July 1511, he issued proclamations to curb the influence of noble retainers and revived the old Statute of Winchester from 1285, which placed military responsibility in the hands of local communities rather than great lords. Still, Henry valued the support of nobles, provided their loyalty was beyond doubt. The first musters of that year were as much about testing the machinery of mobilization as they were about raising an army, and they gave the king a clearer sense of the men available for his imagined campaigns in France. The wars of 1511–13 revealed the limits of English strength, and when fighting resumed in the 1520s, Henry and his ministers launched a more systematic investigation. Under Cardinal Wolsey's direction, the Great Muster of 1522 attempted to catalogue both the manpower and wealth of the realm. Every able-bodied male between 16 and 60 was listed as a potential soldier. Unlike later trained bands, there was no attempt to filter men by skill, weapon, or social standing. The survey blurred the lines between military and fiscal policy. Taxation and mobilization went hand in hand. Though the returns often emphasized wealth and property more than weapons or fighting ability, the result was a detailed record of what England could provide in both men and money. Nearly 30 counties reported a total of 128,000 men, though the reliability of these figures is uncertain. In theory, the 1522 muster was a military exercise. In practice, it looked much like a vast tax assessment. Some contemporaries believed it was little more than a financial ploy disguised as military organization. The commissioners gathered lists of weapons and armor, bows, swords, jacks, bills, even the occasional primitive firearm, but the quality of recording varied. In some counties, like Buckinghamshire, information on arms was so sparse that it was of little practical use. Other regions showed patterns of preparedness shaped by geography. The northern counties, heavily engaged in border defense against Scotland, often failed to return full certificates at all. At its heart, the survey raised questions about loyalty and obligation. The old feudal ties that once bound tenants to lords were giving way to newer forms of landholding and copyhold tenancy. Service, including military service, was increasingly replaced by cash payments. This shift forced commissioners to look for new ways of matching weapons with men, sometimes by pooling resources or redistributing arms. In places like Suffolk and Gloucestershire, modest households combined funds to provide armor, fulfilling their duty through cooperation. The 1522 survey also highlights the Tudor approach to war. To Henry's government, money and weapons were inseparable. Both were required to create a fighting force. The duty of subjects to the crown was universal, though rarely fair in practice. What mattered was that the king could count on his people to contribute, whether through service in arms or through their wealth. This blending of military and fiscal obligation reflected the Tudor view of society, where civic life and royal duty were deeply intertwined. Yet, despite all these efforts, the English state struggled to tap the full wealth of the nation. Popular resistance to taxation had long limited royal revenues, as rebellions in 1381 and 1497 had shown. Henry VIII's grand campaigns of the 1540s only became possible because of extraordinary resources seized from the church after the dissolution of the monasteries. Without that sudden influx of wealth, his vision of England as a major military power might never have been realized. In the summer of 1522, England launched a hurried amphibious attack against Le Havre. The operation stretched resources to their limit. Sir Thomas Windham, serving as treasurer, hired private ships to bolster the royal fleet and even brought in Spanish sailors to fill the gaps. English ships needed gunners, and soldiers were pulled from the land forces to man the vessels. In this way, campaigns abroad blurred the line between army and navy. Both were tied together by the crown's financial and logistical demands. But strategy often relied too heavily on allies who proved unreliable. The Earl of Surrey's campaign through France in 1522 faltered because the Habsburgs once again failed to cooperate, at one point even begging supplies from the English fleet. The following year, English troops showed their usual skill with siege artillery, but the larger plan was flawed. Henry VIII himself seemed to sense that the strategy would collapse, but Wolsey and the king's allies pressed ahead. Once the army crossed the Somme, its money was gone. The French regrouped, the weather turned cold, and the dream of reaching Paris slipped away. One participant captured the situation with brutal honesty. The French king knew the English would soon tire, enjoying the food and drink of France until winter forced them back across the Channel. By the close of 1523, the possibility of a coronation in Paris had vanished forever. Historians later called this campaign the dividing line between medieval ambition and modern strategy. Years later, in 1539, fears of invasion rose again when France and the Holy Roman Empire reconciled. England, under papal excommunication, seemed vulnerable. Henry responded with nationwide musters to prepare for war. These revealed not only the scale of manpower — every man between 16 and 60 was deemed liable for service at home or abroad — but also the shortcomings of English weaponry. Countrymen still relied mainly on the bill and the bow. Firearms were rare, and swords scarcely mentioned. Yet the victories of 1513 at the Battle of the Spurs and at Flodden had convinced many that traditional English weapons still had their worth. In reality, the English army was incomplete and had to be reinforced with foreign harquebusiers and heavy cavalry. Henry also recognized that England's true strength lay not only in its men, but in its coasts. He poured resources into coastal fortifications to guard against attack, pairing these defenses with his navy, whose duties were mostly escorting troops and merchants, or skirmishing at sea. Together, the fortified shoreline and the fleet created a defensive shield for the realm, an early blueprint of how England would protect itself in the centuries to come. The French campaign of 1544 was, in many ways, a replay of Henry VIII's earlier expedition of 1513. The same strengths were on display: good intelligence, effective artillery, and sharp skirmishing around Boulogne. Yet the same weaknesses also remained. This was Henry's final great chivalric adventure against France, the last attempt to prove that English honor and strategy rested on the decisive clash of battle. Armies still moved through France, offering combat as if war were a knightly test of courage. But behind the pageantry lay a new reality. Larger armies, drawn from broad levies, now commanded by gentlemen whose ties to their patrons created a new kind of military clientele. By this point, Henry was no novice. He had drawn lessons from his campaign of 1513, and he received steady reports from English contingents already fighting alongside imperial forces. His invasion of 1544 was carefully planned, at least on the logistical side. Thousands of carriages were ordered from England, mobile bakeries and breweries followed the army, and private contractors provided food. Even the smallest details, such as the safety of horses on transport ships, were overseen by commanders like the Duke of Norfolk. Royal purveyors made sure the men had enough supplies to march from Calais to the Somme and still have 10 days' rations in reserve. The shires bore much of the burden, sending nearly 2,000 horses, 282 carriages, and hundreds of drivers. Country gentlemen financed troops of cavalry and infantry, building up an invasion force that may have reached 50,000 men, the largest English army ever to cross the Channel. But the success of the campaign was undermined by the same flaw that had plagued Henry's continental ventures for decades: poor strategy. Thomas Cromwell had warned of the danger years before, pointing out that even if the English seized Paris or parts of northern France, their position would be unsustainable. Diplomacy was weak, alliances unreliable, and the cost of war staggering. The Boulogne campaign alone drained £1 million between 1544 and 1550. With other expenses, from the occupation of Calais and Guyenne to naval operations and campaigns in Scotland, the wars of the 1540s consumed more than £1.5 million. Financing this effort pushed the crown to desperation. Henry debased the coinage, raised forced loans, leaned on foreign bankers like the Fuggers, and pressed his treasurers to find money wherever they could. Catherine Parr herself wrote in July 1544 that £40,000 was being dispatched to the royal army, part of the endless flow of cash needed to keep the machine running. Despite the financial chaos, the army marched, fought, and captured Boulogne. That single prize, bought at immense cost, fixed Henry's mind on holding the city at all costs and set the stage for the massive naval campaigns of 1545. By the early 16th century, the new warfare that had taken shape in Italy, built around gunpowder and siegecraft, was redefining the way armies fought. For England, cannon became the centerpiece of operations throughout the century. Whenever the artillery train was inadequate, campaigns faltered. At the Siege of Saint-Dizier in 1544, however, English forces handled their guns with confidence. Reports from deserters revealed that the garrison was short on food and wine, worn down by constant labor and guard duty. Rather than risk heavy losses in a direct assault, the English relied on their logistical superiority, knowing the defenders would eventually give way. English light cavalry also impressed allies. their skirmishing style, honed on the Scottish border, earning praise from imperial horsemen. Yet weaknesses remained. Heavy cavalry, pikemen, and arquebusiers were in short supply, forcing Henry's commanders to turn once again to foreign recruits, including contingents of Irish troops. This blending of native and foreign elements reflected the hybrid character of English warfare at the time. Continental influence was everywhere. In fortification styles adapted to English landscapes, in the use of weapons tested in Italy, and in the constant reliance on mercenaries. Foreign engineers and soldiers served in English ranks, passing on hard-earned experience from the cutting-edge battlefields of Europe. These auxiliaries reached their peak under Edward VI, when rebellion in 1549 brought attention to the presence of oddly dressed, foreign-speaking soldiers in English service. Their employment was not simply a military necessity, but also a feature of international diplomacy. Alliances with the emperor, for example, often involved exchanges of troops, such as when Henry VIII supplied funds in return for 1,000 Spanish arquebusiers to fight against Scotland. With a powerful artillery train and foreign reinforcements, Henry VIII captured Boulogne, a glittering prize. Yet, as so often, strategic missteps and poor diplomacy wasted the achievement. Boulogne was eventually surrendered, and English forces found themselves drawn into continental conflicts, including the Emperor's failed siege of Metz and the Battle of St. Quentin in 1557. English bands fought fiercely alongside imperial troops, provoking skirmishes that turned into brutal melees, where lances splintered and men were hurled from their horses. These encounters, bloody and chaotic, hardened English soldiers and gave them a taste of continental warfare at its most intense. By the time of Mary I and Elizabeth I, a generation of English officers had been blooded in Europe. They returned home not just with scars, but with an understanding of modern tactics and the realities of war in the mid-16th century. Their experiences helped shape the military outlook of the Tudor state as it entered a new era. The campaigns of 1557 to 59 drove home once again the staggering cost of continental warfare. If the lessons of the 1540s had faded, these conflicts brought them back with brutal clarity. A forced loan in the summer of 1557 raised over £109,000, sums comparable to those demanded in the 1540s. And by 1558, Parliament was again wrestling with heavy military taxation. The Crown secured £168,000 through subsidies, but the strain on both treasury and people was immense. Loss of life was also severe, and with impressment proving difficult and militia service uncertain, England faced growing challenges in recruitment and supply. Soldiers often struggled to find adequate arms, revealing the fragility of the system. Calls for reform soon followed, leading to new legislation that reorganized the militia and aimed to bring England closer to the standards of its continental rivals. The disastrous loss of Calais sparked predictable responses. A tougher naval policy, strengthening the fortress at Berwick, dubbed a Northern Calais, importing and stockpiling arms, and seeking out mercenaries. Mary, tied to Philip II of Spain, understood how inseparable sea power and land warfare truly were, and her reign saw renewed activity in the dockyards, even as England lost its last foothold on the continent. Against this troubled backdrop, Elizabeth's accession in 1558 felt like a new beginning. Almost immediately, her court embraced reform. One observer remarked that Elizabeth arms England, which Mary had left defenseless. The Elizabethan-trained bands that emerged from the old Tudor militia became the backbone of defense, concentrated along the coasts, where 2/3 of the nation's infantry and more than half its cavalry were raised. But until Scotland was securely in Protestant hands, this southward-looking defensive system remained exposed. As Thomas Cromwell had once warned, he who intends to win France must first begin with Scotland. The so-called British problem could never be ignored. Time and again, wars in France coincided with clashes in Scotland, 1513, the early 1520s, and the campaigns of 1542 to 44. English rulers often found themselves fighting on two fronts, their logistics stretched to breaking point. This may explain why Tudor governments so often turned to private contractors and decentralized supply, relying heavily on officers like the Treasurer of the Chamber, who gave Henry VIII tighter control over war finance. Above all, logistics, feeding and supplying armies, proved decisive, not only in campaigns across the Channel but especially in Scotland, where no allies were available to share the load. And as England turned its attention increasingly toward Ireland, the lesson would be repeated. Mastering logistics was the key to mastering conquest. For England, Scotland had always posed the most immediate and dangerous military challenge. Border tensions flared repeatedly in the late 15th century, such as the threats from James IV in 1496 to 97, which forced Henry VII to send thousands of men across the Tweed. Henry VIII should have recognized the importance of the northern frontier, but in 1513 he made a critical blunder. Obsessed with glory in France, he led his best troops across the Channel just as James IV prepared the largest army Scotland had ever fielded. The English were left in the hands of an aging veteran, the Earl of Surrey. With barely half the numbers of the Scots, Surrey gathered levies as he marched north and confronted James at Flodden. The Scots had superior artillery, strong positions, and their famed pike formations. Victory seemed assured. Yet when the English withstood the first brutal assault, the momentum of the Scottish charge collapsed. Pikes, deadly on impact, became clumsy in close quarters, and Surrey's men, fighting with the traditional bill and bow, cut into their ranks. The battle turned into a savage melee in which James IV himself was slain, along with many of his nobles. English losses were light compared to the thousands of Scots left on the field. Against the odds, Surrey's reliance on tried and tested methods had secured a crushing victory. The lesson of Flodden was clear. Never again could England allow such a powerful Scottish army to cross the border. But as Henry's ambitions continued to focus on France, Scotland was always treated as a secondary theater. Campaigns in the 1520s and beyond forced England to fight on two fronts at once. Raids escalated into sieges as English commanders tried to adapt Continental artillery tactics to the rugged border landscape. Yet the heavy guns were too cumbersome for the terrain, while lighter pieces lacked the power to break strong walls. Some strongholds, like Jedburgh, were taken, but the results were mixed. Scots struck back, as at the siege of Wark Castle in 1523, though they too failed to achieve a breakthrough. In the end, border warfare under Henry VIII became a cycle of raids, counter-raids, and occasional sieges. Cannon and earthworks changed the scale of conflict, but neither side gained lasting security. The struggle with Scotland remained a constant reminder that England's greatest threat was not always across the Channel, but just beyond the northern hills. In the early 1540s, advisors urged Henry VIII to expand his frontier all the way to the Firth of Forth and secure it with a chain of fortresses. The idea was ambitious: an army of 18,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry, supported by garrisons, light horse regiments, and even military bakehouses. The projected cost was nearly £100,000. But the lure of dominating Scotland was strong. Plans and surveys poured in, mapping castles, distances, and invasion routes. By the summer of 1542, Henry was ready to strike. His goal was nothing less than breaking Scotland's power, or at least neutralizing the threat of a Catholic, pro-French kingdom on his northern border. Yet the first move, a raid led by Sir Robert Bowes in August, collapsed into disaster. Several hundred English were captured, along with papers exposing Henry's wider designs. The king responded by mobilizing on a grand scale. Troops were raised from as far south as Suffolk, and the Duke of Norfolk took command. But logistics once again proved the bane of Scottish campaigns. Feeding and moving men was a nightmare. Even so, supplies, beef and mutton from Norfolk, corn from Berkshire, butter and cheese from Essex, were dragged north, while Sir Ralph Sadler ensured the cash reached commanders in the field. In November, the Scots advanced with 10,000 to 12,000 men, only to be crippled by hunger. Many of their common soldiers deserted, leaving their lords and gentlemen to press on. Norfolk himself admitted that English forces, too, were dissolving for lack of food, and that without provisions the campaign could not continue. But the Warden of the West March, Sir Thomas Wharton, remained vigilant. When James XIII gathered a fresh force of 18,000 men and an artillery train to strike toward Carlisle, Wharton mustered just 3,000 troops and some cavalry. At Solway Moss in November 1542, the Scots blundered onto marshy ground near the River Esk. Seizing the moment, English cavalry smashed into their flanks. Confusion spread, infantry broke, and once again Scottish artillery proved useless. Within hours, the army was in full flight. Behind the battlefield heroics, however, lay enormous administrative effort. The Crown itself bore the costs, paying for soldiers' coats, their food, their wages, even the money to get them home. Over £25,000 was spent on the 1542 campaign, with thousands of coats issued and soldiers dressed in blue and red as they mustered. Treasure was transported north under guard, clerks and carters ensuring the coin reached the men. But victory at Solway did not end the struggle. In 1544, Henry launched the Rough Wooing, an attempt to force Scotland into submission and secure the infant Mary, Queen of Scots, as a bride for his son. That spring, the Earl of Hertford led a seaborne invasion, landing near Leith in just 3 hours. Scots were waiting in formation with artillery, yet failed to strike when the English were most vulnerable on the beach. Hertford's troops pressed forward under cannon fire, his hackbutters and archers breaking the enemy line along a brook near the Edinburgh Road. The Scots fled, abandoning their guns. English archers supported the chase, and Hertford reported back proudly to the king that the enemy had been scattered without serious loss. Once more, bold tactics and steady infantry had carried the day. The hackbutters, who fought under Hertford in 1544, were most likely Spanish, commanded by Pedro Michelea. Hertford praised their service, calling it right honest, though the English army itself remained a patchwork of archers, gunners, and pole-armed infantry. When the army pressed on Leith, the townspeople fled rather than face bombardment, and the city fell quickly. With control of the haven, the English unloaded their supplies and heavy guns. By mid-March, Hertford had returned to Berwick after devastating the lowlands. torching towns, sacking Jedburgh, and even destroying Holyrood. Logistics gave the English their edge. With better supplies, they were able to burn their way through southern Scotland. Yet keeping the army in the field depended on something even more vital than food: pay. Hertford wrote urgently to the council, warning that unless money arrived, he could not pay soldiers, captains, or sailors. The delays in shipping had already wasted a month's wages. If the army returned without payment, he argued, the cost to the king would spiral. His pleas were answered. Despite England's simultaneous preparations for a massive French expedition, Hertford's soldiers were paid promptly. As they straggled back into Newcastle, companies were discharged and given their wages on the spot, each captain signing off receipts for his men. England, at last, was proving it could master the logistics of war on the Scottish frontier. But strategy was another matter. The old tactic of chevauchée, raids that burned the countryside in hopes of forcing submission, remained deeply flawed. Such brutality only guaranteed retaliation once the English withdrew. That revenge came swiftly. On 27 February 1545, at Ancram Moor, the Scots struck back with tactical brilliance. Drawing on lessons from Bannockburn and Agincourt, they lured English cavalry into a narrow Roman road, flanked by marsh. When the horses charged forward, they stumbled into pits and traps. Scottish infantry surged forward in a hedgehog formation, pinning the English in chaos. Trapped between retreating horsemen and advancing pikes, the soldiers were crushed. The battle showed once again that numbers alone did not decide the outcome. Just as the Scots had fallen at Flodden and Solway Moss, now it was their turn to celebrate victory. Buoyed by their triumph at Ancram, they joined with French allies to raise a new army for an invasion of England. The cycle of raid and reprisal rolled on as the borders burned once more. It is easy to credit Henry VIII himself for the remarkable military feats of his reign, but the Scottish campaigns under his son, Edward VI, proved that England's war machine had grown into a system that could outlive one king. In 1547, Lord Protector Somerset led an ambitious campaign into Scotland that built upon the lessons of Henry's earlier wars. This time, land and sea forces were carefully coordinated. English artillery, both field pieces and ship-mounted cannon, were fully integrated into the operation, while the soldiers carried several days' worth of provisions on their own backs, leaving larger reserves safely aboard ships in the Firth of Forth. For once, England had mastered the art of logistics, assembling a well-balanced army of infantry, cavalry, and mercenaries. Foreign soldiers played a critical role. Spain, Italy, and the Habsburg lands provided seasoned professionals who fought alongside English levies. Hertford had openly praised his Spanish harquebusiers in the campaigns of 1544 and 1545, and similar auxiliaries marched again in 1547. Later, mercenaries would also crush uprisings within England itself, such as Kett's Rebellion, where German and Spanish troops proved decisive. Not everyone welcomed their presence, however. Traditionalists like Sir John Smythe insisted that English archers still outperformed foreign gunners, and he bristled at the fact that a number of these outsiders were knighted, making them social equals to English gentlemen. But the success of Continental professionals could not be denied, and their presence reshaped English warfare. Somerset gathered around 16,000 to 18,000 men, a mixture of northern borderers, southern shire levies, noble cavalry, and foreign contingents. The army kept close contact with Lord Clinton's fleet, which carried supplies and munitions, moving in tandem along the coast. When Scottish horsemen tested the English line near Hales Castle, they were repulsed, and at the River Esk, the two sides finally came face to face. The Scots held a strong defensive position, anchored on high ground with artillery covering both flanks. But on the morning of 10th September, a fatal mistake was made. Believing the English were retreating, the Scottish commander, Arran, led his troops down from the safety of the heights to strike what he thought was a fleeing enemy. It was the same mistake James IV had made at Flodden. By abandoning the higher ground, the Scots exposed themselves in the open plain. English artillery and gunfire from ships anchored in the Firth raked their ranks, softening them for the cavalry and infantry advance. What followed was the bloody Battle of Pinkie Cleugh, where the English secured one of their most crushing victories in Scotland. At Pinkie Cleugh in 1547, the battle turned on a series of brutal clashes. The English cavalry, led by Lord Grey of Wilton and Sir Nicholas Strange, smashed into the Scottish front line with their demi-lances, while mounted harquebusiers poured fire into the packed formations. The Scottish schiltron, a dense block of pikemen, held together stubbornly and pressed forward toward Somerset's position. For a moment, it seemed the English would be overwhelmed, but as the Scots advanced, they began to slow. English cannon, archers, and harquebusiers concentrated their fire, cutting deep into their ranks. Highland auxiliaries on the flank broke first under gunfire, and as they fled, other units were driven inward, crowding the main body of the Scottish army. Somerset's cavalry charges, supported by flanking guns and the fleet's bombardment from the Firth, shattered the cohesion of the advance. What began as a strong push forward soon crumbled into a retreat, and then into a rout. The outcome at Pinkie was decided by three things: the superiority of English artillery, Somerset's careful use of terrain, and the Scots' disastrous decision to abandon their fortified ground for an open assault. Like battles in later centuries, it was artillery fire that dictated the movements of cavalry and infantry, leaving the Scots trapped between hillside guns and naval firepower. Pinkie Cleugh was the last great pitched battle fought by an English army before the civil wars of the 17th century. It showed that England could raise and supply a field force of 16,000 men, balance cavalry with infantry, and coordinate its navy with an army on campaign. Yet it also revealed the enduring problem of Scotland. Victory in battle did not guarantee conquest. Even after such a crushing defeat, the lowlands remained unconquered, and Somerset was forced to consider a different approach. Instead of relying on raids or pitched battles, he looked to garrisons, permanent footholds that might finally anchor English power across the border. By the 1540s, England's rulers were still struggling to solve what they called the Scottish problem. Different approaches had been tried: the failed mobilization of 1542, brutal raids across the lowlands in 1544, a devastating strike on the borders in 1545, and finally the large-scale invasion of 1547. Yet Scotland refused to bend to English pressure. Even before Edward VI's reign, garrisons had been planted north of the border, but these were improvised rather than systematic. After Pinkie Cleugh, however, permanent English strongholds began to dot the frontier and the coast, from Berwick to Aberlady, with further outposts on the islands of Inchcolm and Inchkeith to control the Firth of Forth. Their purpose was simple: to protect those Scots who swore loyalty, and to crush the rest until they submitted. But these garrisons were always haunted by the same old problem: supply. In 1548, a strategist advised Edward VI that whether England attacked by land or by sea, costs would be heavy. He stressed that no English army could hope to remain long in the lowlands without steady resupply from the sea, warning that food could wait for the soldiers, but soldiers could never wait for food. Over the course of the Scottish Wars from 1542 to 1550, the Crown spent nearly £1 million, and victuallers were forced to lower their prices under government pressure. Yet when war reignited in 1557, English garrisons still suffered from shortages. At sea, however, English seamanship proved decisive. In the Firth of Forth, outnumbered English ships tore through French galleys with cannon and longbows, leaving the water littered with shattered oars and bodies. England's approach to war remained essentially defensive. Strike preemptively abroad to keep the enemy from testing the forts and garrisons at home. In Ireland, though, the English were willing to occupy land outright. Defense at home took on a new character under the Tudors. Henry VIII personally oversaw a massive program of coastal fortifications, begun in 1539 when fears of Catholic invasion peaked after his excommunication. 25 sites were selected, and new forts arose at Deal, Sandgate, and elsewhere, built in a distinctly English style that blended old medieval forms with new gunpowder warfare. These round, artillery-bearing towers were transitional, bridging the age of castles and the new Italianate bastion. The money came from the spoils of the Reformation, particularly the wealth of the monasteries. Continental influence, especially from Italy, was clear. Advances in geometry, surveying, and gunnery shaped new designs. Mathematicians like Leonard Digges and his son Thomas applied Renaissance science to English military theory and practice, while engineers adapted the Italian trace Italien to English conditions. Still, new works often had to fit around older medieval walls. At Berwick-upon-Tweed, where centuries-old defenses were no match for modern artillery, piecemeal upgrades were attempted in the 1530s. By 1539, the town's defenses held dozens of heavy cannon, but the decayed medieval towers limited how much firepower could actually be deployed. Berwick became both a symbol of vulnerability and a testing ground for England's evolving art of war. Mary Tudor deserves recognition for beginning a serious program of reconstruction. In 1557, she brought in Sir Richard Lee, a seasoned engineer who had marched in many Tudor campaigns and earned his knighthood for his work in Scotland and for defending Boulogne in 1544. From 1558 onward, Lee was busy strengthening Berwick's fortifications while also traveling to improve defenses in other parts of the realm. Drawing on his continental experience, he understood the advantages of the trace Italian design. Bastioned fortresses had been proposed before, but little progress was made beyond raising earthworks. The main obstacle was money. The Tudor and early Stuart governments frequently ran short of funds, which meant that even essential projects were delayed or abandoned. At Berwick, construction halted in 1569 and would not resume with any urgency until the Bishops' Wars of 1639. In the meantime, men like Deputy Surveyor Rowland Johnson and Sir William Drury struggled to keep the works standing, often with meager wages and skeleton crews. When Elizabeth came to the throne, she inherited defenses in disrepair. A survey in 1559 revealed that the great building plans of 20 years earlier had largely stalled. Fortifications were unfinished, undergunned, and undermanned. By committing England to continental wars, the Crown had to pour money into both fortresses and artillery, but rising costs left the northern frontier dangerously underfunded. Even the great Elizabethan project at Berwick failed to meet its goals because the treasury simply would not release enough money. A Tudor garrison, however, was not just a band of soldiers inside walls. It was a small, self-contained community, with bakers, brewers, mill drivers, clerks, and suppliers contracted to provide flour, bread, beer, meat, salt, coal, and fodder, often shipped north from Newcastle. These garrisons became artificial townscapes, sustaining themselves as long as money and provisions flowed. Still, English society regarded peacetime soldiers with suspicion. Garrisons were rarely intended to stand on their own. Their real purpose was to hold out long enough against an invasion to alert inland counties and buy time for the nobility and the king to raise a larger army. Berwick, however, carried extra weight. It was both a shield and a launching ground, often hosting entire armies before they marched into Scotland. In 1522, 1523, 1542, 1547, 1557, and 1560. Financing such a frontier presence was no small matter. From 1542 to 1547, John Uvedale, the treasurer in charge of garrisons and crews on the border, recorded massive government outlays. Money escorted north in guarded wagons was deposited in York, Durham, or Newcastle before being sent to Berwick and Elnwick. Payments covered everyone from lieutenants and noble commanders to trumpeters, heralds, engineers, Irish auxiliaries, and even woodcutters. The central government carried nearly all the costs, since border counties could not afford the burden alone, while the rest of the country paid little, despite enjoying the buffer those northern defenses provided. In late 1542, Henry VIII personally ordered that 150 gunners be stationed along the borders, with 60 of them sent to the east and middle marches. The Duke of Norfolk oversaw their deployment, alongside 4,000 soldiers tasked with defending the frontier. Among these were contingents of Spanish, Italian, and Albanian mercenaries under Pedro de Gamboa, whose services for that campaign alone cost nearly £22,000. Financing these forces required money from every available corner of the Crown's resources. The mint, revenues from church lands, special loans, and benevolences. Grain was shipped north from Yorkshire to sustain the garrisons at Berwick and Carlisle, but by the time of the disastrous defeat at Ancram Moor in 1545, England's border war chest was running dry. Even something as simple as ensuring fresh horse feed became a strategic problem, forcing Norfolk to admit that new garrisons could hardly be maintained. Still, by the close of Mary I's reign, the fortifications at Berwick and the organization of its garrison had at least been stabilized, if never lavishly supported. Ireland, however, remained a different and more complicated challenge. Compared to France and Scotland, it ranked low on England's list of priorities, which meant that expeditions across the Irish Sea were usually underfunded and poorly supplied. When the Earl of Surrey led a campaign there in 1520 with just 500 men, his operations still drained £18,000. Had the Crown been as willing to invest in Ireland as it did in continental wars, the course of British history might have been very different. English officials long underestimated the strength of the Gaelic Irish, assuming they could raise only small bands of lightly armed horsemen. Yet, whenever they acquired artillery or firearms, they used them with skill, offsetting English advantages in pitched battle through guerrilla tactics that were difficult to counter. By the 1530s, Lord Deputy Skeffington realized that sheer numbers would not be enough. Artillery was essential. Heavy guns were shipped to Ireland, where they demolished the medieval castles that had once been safe havens. The siege of Maynooth in 1535, defended by 60 gunners, ended swiftly when Henry's demi-cannons, firing 30-pound shot, shattered its walls. Elsewhere, Gaelic lords like O'Brien of Thomond refused battle if English guns were present. retreating into castles only when certain the enemy lacked artillery. Traditional weapons such as bows and arrows remained in demand, though their quality was often lamented, while Irish forces themselves increasingly turned to harquebuses for mobility and firepower. The wars of the 1530s marked a turning point. The English crown discovered that indirect rule through local nobles was no longer reliable. Only permanent armies of occupation could enforce authority. This militarization of Irish governance hardened resistance and fueled rebellion. Muster rolls often revealed corruption. Captains pocketed wages for soldiers who did not exist, while out of a landing force of 1,600 men in 1534, fewer than 400 were properly armed. These failures coincided with Henry VIII's break from Rome and the suppression of religious orders, which made Ireland not just a political and military problem, but also a religious one. The combination of rebellion and faith deepened English fears that Ireland could become the greatest threat to their independence. By the summer of 1536, England's campaigns in Ireland were collapsing under the weight of empty coffers. Only £7,000 was available to fund operations, forcing Lord Deputy Grey to release hundreds of soldiers and accept that major offensives would have to end. With the Crown unwilling to invest more, garrisons were left to hold the Pale defensively, cutting back forests to protect settlements and leasing land to soldiers on the frontier. Corruption, mutiny, and unpaid captains rotted the establishment from within, and English officers often sheltered in towns rather than risk campaigning during the harsher months of the year. Yet, despite these weaknesses, the rebellion was crushed, though real progress would depend on renewed funding. By 1538–39, only about 340 men were left to garrison English positions. Still, this small force became a front line as Charles V was rumored to be planning an invasion of England through Ireland. The Ordnance Office in Dublin was little more than a storehouse for weapons shipped from the Tower of London, yet English artillery often proved decisive. At Bellahoe in 1539, Lord Deputy Grey defeated O'Neill and O'Donnell, though his advantage in firepower was always fragile. A single disabled cannon could halt a siege, and the constant shortage of good powder and heavy guns reflected the fact that Scotland and France were the Crown's greater priorities. From 1541 onward, Ireland's role in European strategy sharpened. Jesuit infiltration and renewed unrest made the island critical to Henry VIII's security. Lord Deputy Sir Anthony St. Leger brought a degree of stability and even sent thousands of Irish kerne to fight in Henry's wars in France and Scotland. Irish infantry were absorbed into English ranks, learned to handle firearms, and served effectively. But with the arrival of Edward VI's Protestant government, a heavier military presence was deemed necessary. The wars of the 1540s and 1550s were smaller in scale, but still drained resources, and the Privy Council itself showed how little it understood Ireland when, in 1552, it demanded a full account of soldiers, weapons, and fortifications. By then, the government was waking up to the staggering cost of maintaining a military establishment across the sea. Edward's financial crises and Mary's Catholic restoration reduced the English army in Ireland to barely 500 men. Yet Mary and Philip recognized the need to hold key positions. They kept the Ordnance Office active, demanded regular accounts, and stressed the importance of bows, pikes, and firearms made from native resources. Troops were kept small in number but trained and disciplined, with strict limits on how many native Irish could serve in each company. These men, Marching quickly with firearms and manning scattered garrisons became the backbone of Tudor control, more so than heavy artillery. Behind this was the Ordnance Office itself, the institution that provided England with its first permanent military establishment. Born from the royal household's medieval armory, it evolved in the 14th and 15th centuries to manage weapons, gunpowder, and artillery. By Henry VIII's reign, it was firmly embedded in the machinery of the state, symbolizing how war and governance were increasingly intertwined. When Henry VII took the throne, he inherited an institution already staffed with men whose duties were defined but flexible enough to grow with the new demands of gunpowder warfare. Watching closely the innovations of Renaissance Italy, Henry ordered his clerk of the ordnance to secure artillery soon after Charles VIII of France had shown the devastating power of cannon during his march through Italy in 1494. The message was clear. Artillery had changed the nature of war, and England needed to adapt. The Ordnance Office began acquiring weapons and managing supply, its officers personally guaranteeing the quality and delivery of material. The English artillery trade itself was born within the Tower of London during the 100 Years' War. Henry VII recruited skilled gunners from abroad, blending their continental expertise with English practice. By 1497, nearly 200 men were at work in the ordnance, casting iron shot and later full guns in the French style. Under Henry VIII, this expanded even further. Foreign craftsmen from Flanders and Italy introduced new techniques, while government contracts encouraged English founders to build a domestic industry. By the 1540s, English iron cannon were no longer assembled in pieces, but cast whole, a sign of rapid improvement. Edward VI's reign saw these investments pay off. England had become a leader in gun founding, mastering the vertical casting technique that purified the metal and strengthened the all-important breech. Combined with improved molding methods and standardized bores, English cannon were both durable and reliable. At sea, they gave the Navy its famous rapid rate of fire, and by mid-century gun founding had become one of England's most prized arts of war. Yet having good weapons was not enough. Success depended on planning, ensuring that guns, powder, and all their accessories reached the battlefield in time. Too often commanders demanded sieges without having artillery in place, leaving pieces dragged piecemeal over poor roads or delayed by hostile seas. Competition for munitions was constant, with armies, merchants, and allies all vying for the same limited supply. Elizabeth, cautious by nature, rarely lent her heavy cannon to Continental allies, knowing full well they might never return. Gunpowder itself was as valuable as the guns that fired it. The Crown took direct control of its production. Officials known as saltpetermen had authority to dig through dovecotes, stables, and even privies to collect nitrates, sometimes requisitioning carts and labor to transport their findings. These practices often angered local communities, but national defense justified the burden. Even so, domestic production could not always keep up, and Elizabeth's government occasionally had to import powder from Antwerp or Hamburg. Every shipment of cannon or powder was precious. Requests poured in from allies. Henry IV of France, the governor of Brest, commanders in Flanders, all pleading for English siege guns. But Elizabeth, guarding her stores jealously, lent sparingly. England, by the late 1500s, had achieved remarkable skill in producing artillery and powder. But supply was never limitless, and the Crown understood that these weapons might one day be all that stood between England and invasion. Under Elizabeth I, the Ordnance Office entered a phase of consolidation. From 1569, both land-based artillery and naval ordnance were administered centrally through the Tower of London, creating a more coherent and efficient system. This was part of a wider reorganization that Elizabeth imposed on the militias, especially around the time of the Northern Rebellion. By then, England had the ability to mobilize a small but skilled army of specialists: gunfounders, smiths, bowyers, carpenters, masons, wheelwrights, all coordinated through royal depots at Portsmouth, Woolwich, Chatham, and beyond. Armor was managed separately through the Office of the Armory, but the Tudors watched possession of weapons closely, keeping records down to the names of gentlemen who owned just a single mail shirt. Though the Crown's reserves were modest compared to continental powers, around 15,000 corselets with helmets to match, they were enough to arm the militias in times of crisis, and England even developed a reputation abroad for the quality of its armor. Rumors spread in Germany that English equipment was being sold as far afield as Muscovy, and even to the Ottomans. The Privy Council stepped in quickly to deny such claims, but the story shows how valuable English weapons had become. Armor and arms were drawn from these stores to support wars in Ireland, and Elizabeth's government had created a system in which the Privy Council was directly involved in supply, stockpiling, and distribution. By the late 1580s, this system had matured to the point where the Crown could order comprehensive surveys of its arsenals. A major inventory conducted between 1589 and 1591 listed everything from cannon and powder to pikeheads, axes, and timber, with the total value of the Queen's stores estimated at over £166,000. England had mastered logistics, could mobilize large numbers of men despite a patchwork recruitment system, and handled artillery with growing expertise. Weaknesses remained. Heavy cavalry were increasingly scarce, and infantry were slow to adapt fully to firearms and pikes, clinging instead to longbows and bills. England's challenge was that its troops were expected to fight in a wide range of theaters, from Ireland to Scotland to the continent, each requiring different skills and weapons. This demanded versatility and forced the Crown to innovate bureaucratically, militarizing elements of the Privy Chamber and establishing new supply systems. Unlike much of Europe, England did not fully embrace the bastioned fortresses of the Italian style. Geography, resources, and tradition meant that bows and older forms of warfare persisted longer. Still, by the 1540s and 1550s, English engineers such as Sir Richard Lee and Thomas Petit had begun constructing modern fortifications on the Scottish border. Mistakes were made, and campaigns were not always perfectly executed. Yet between 1511 and 1642, England achieved enough military success to demonstrate that it remained a significant power. The campaigns of the 1540s showed that the Tudors could field large armies, capture Boulogne, and invade Scotland effectively. These victories were underpinned by a maturing bureaucracy and the steady growth of naval power. England's fleet, working alongside its armies, proved capable of defending the Channel and projecting force onto the continent. But weaknesses in defense also remained obvious, as seen in French raids of 1545 and 1548, which highlighted how fragile England's position could be. By spreading military responsibility through the shires, Tudor strategy relied heavily on local readiness. This decentralized system sometimes backfired, as in the Pilgrimage of Grace, when rebels mustered a formidable militia of their own, complete with veterans hardened by service on the Scottish border. The lack of a reliable corps of professional troops close to the court left England vulnerable. and during Edward VI's reign experiments even began with the idea of a small royal standing army, a step toward modern military organization. The military record of Henry VIII was far less impressive than it first appeared. On paper, his armies looked formidable, but the strategic results rarely matched the grand ambitions of Tudor diplomacy. The 1544 expedition to France produced the largest overseas army England had mustered before the War of the Spanish Succession. Yet its sheer size did not guarantee lasting success. England in the early 16th century was no more able to hold ground in France than it had been during the Hundred Years' War. These forces could be gathered for a single season, often late and always at great expense, but sustaining them abroad was beyond Henry's reach. Only under Elizabeth would England begin to manage such long-term commitments. The army of 1544 may have numbered some 48,000 men, but more than 11,000 of these were foreign recruits. Of the English contingent, around 27,000 were infantry and 4,000 cavalry, drawn largely from the retainers of lords and gentry fulfilling their feudal obligations. England's military muscle still depended on the nobility and their followers. Much of the material needed for war, saltpeter, copper, cordage, and weaponry, came from the continent, as did much of the shipping required to ferry troops across the Channel. Even the arms manufactured in England often relied on foreign craftsmen. What Henry VIII admired as proud ranks of soldiers bristling with pikes and banners was, in reality, a force underpinned by the loyalty of his nobles and the deep pockets of the exchequer. Yet, in the decades leading up to Elizabeth's reign, important steps were made toward greater self-reliance. The iron industry, particularly in Sussex, began producing higher quality metal in greater quantities, often with the encouragement of both local lords and the crown. This growth supported the casting of cannon and the development of a domestic gunpowder industry, with saltpetermen scouring the countryside for nitrates. Gradually, English craftsmen mastered the techniques of gun-making and sword-making, and their wares even found a market abroad. At the same time, the old medieval system of lieutenancy, once limited in scope, evolved into something far more effective. By the mid-17th century, it had become so central to military organization that the struggle over its control was at the very heart of the conflict between king and parliament in 1641 to 42. The institution of lieutenancy grew out of England's long tradition of war. As long as kings ruled with the sword, they needed lieutenants to extend their authority and keep order in their absence. These men had no civil jurisdiction, yet they were vital in mobilizing forces, maintaining discipline, and ensuring the king's peace. In wartime, they gathered manpower from their regions, whether bound to them through land, family ties, or simple residency, and turned these men into fighting contingents for the crown. Even when monarchs ruled more with pen and parchment than by steel, lieutenants still played their part. By the Restoration, their work was less on the battlefield and more on paper, yet the role had become a permanent feature of English governance. A commission of lieutenancy could cover one county or several, and sometimes more than one lord shared responsibility. It was not yet a unified system in the early 16th century, but rather an extension of noble patronage used by the monarchy. Lords lieutenants acted as a bridge between the crown and local society. They supervised musters, trained the militia, kept records of manpower and weapons, and planned how food, horses, and supplies would be gathered in case of war. Much of this system still carried the legacy of medieval statutes. where ordinary men were expected to arm themselves with bows or pikes, while wealthier citizens supplied more costly arms. The challenge lay in quickly matching able men with the necessary weapons when an emergency struck. The character of lieutenancy varied from county to county, shaped by the personalities of those in charge. Some lieutenants were non-resident nobles, others were local magnates with deep family ties. They coordinated with sheriffs, justices of the peace, and muster commissioners, blending royal authority with local leadership. In this way, lieutenancy both reinforced central power and respected local traditions. It affirmed the idea that power rested in land, that nobles were natural leaders, and that governance was built on cooperation and consent. Despite its formalization under the Tudors, the office still carried echoes of feudal overlordship. A Lord Lieutenant was expected to draw soldiers from his territory, and in times of crisis, his region could be drained of men. Yet the role also created bonds of trust. Deputies and lieutenants worked together as kin and friends, carrying out duties without pay, motivated by honor and loyalty rather than profit. The Lord Lieutenant thus linked court and country, binding local communities to the monarchy. He was trusted by both subjects and sovereign, embodying the blend of tradition, hierarchy, and service that underpinned Tudor and early Stuart rule. Before Elizabeth I turned commissions of lieutenancy into a structured system, their power and presence depended entirely on the monarch's will. Henry VIII found them useful, especially when fighting on two fronts in France and Scotland, where lieutenants needed a measure of independence. Under Edward VI, disorder in the realm made them even more essential, and Northumberland seemed ready to make lieutenancy a permanent institution. But Mary, I hesitated. She relied instead on older forms of mobilization, preferring traditional commissions to the authority of lords lieutenants. Her caution stemmed partly from noble discontent, but also from fear that the wide powers of lieutenancy would unsettle her gentry. Even so, the Crown favored deputy lieutenants, supported by justices of the peace, over constables, believing them less prone to negligence or local bias. As one historian observed, lieutenancy allowed the Crown to bypass over-mighty nobles while still granting aristocrats a mark of royal favor. The arrangement worked well. The monarchy gained greater oversight, while local elites received the prestige of direct service to the sovereign. This partnership created a relatively cheap form of government, balancing central power with local cooperation. The Crown could not push too hard, for lieutenancy relied on the willingness of local society to function. Deputy lieutenants reveal how English governance rested more on cooperation than conflict between social classes. The nobility shared authority with the gentry, who now gained a pathway to the highest level of county service. A deputy lieutenant's authority was firmly local, tied to his shire, unlike a lord lieutenant who often had courtly ties and responsibilities across several counties. In practice, deputy lieutenants were the county's own men, grounded in the daily concerns of their communities. Elizabeth initially drew deputy lieutenants from the ranks of justices of the peace, but kept their role distinct from sheriffs to avoid conflict of interest. At first, appointments were made directly by the Queen at Westminster, and by the 1580s a clearer framework was emerging. Within a shire, 3 or 4 deputy lieutenants usually shared responsibilities, though sometimes more. Among them, one often acted as the leading figure, ensuring that orders were carried out and records kept. The monarchy depended heavily on their diligence. They maintained inventories of weapons and armor, oversaw captains, and managed the muster system. The 1570s revealed persistent weaknesses. Armor was scarce, horses few, and weapons often poorly maintained. Financial corruption in the musters made matters worse, forcing the crown to reassert control. By mid-decade, attempts were made to train 1/10 of the male population liable for service. Around 12,000 received instruction, with tens of thousands more equipped but largely untrained. Deputy lieutenants became central to organizing musters, coordinating local officials, and inspecting resources. Their authority ensured captains were installed and paid, while their oversight made possible large-scale county musters when required. By the 1570s, the English crown was pushing the shires to take more responsibility for military readiness. Lords lieutenants worked hand in hand with sheriffs, muster commissioners, and justices of the peace to record the number of horses, weapons, and men available. These returns not only revealed the military potential of each county, but also gave a glimpse into the spread of private arms ownership across England. In 1573, the government introduced the trained bands, a body of citizen soldiers chosen for regular drilling in what was seen as the modern art of war. These men trained about 10 days each year, spread across Easter, Whitsun, and Michaelmas, under the eye of local officials. Wealthier households were expected to bear the cost, while poorer families were spared heavy taxation. Although firearms were central to the program, the longbow was not abandoned. Archers were deliberately kept out of the trained bands, not out of neglect, but in order to preserve the traditional skill of archery. Progress was uneven. Some counties, like Suffolk, lagged behind in producing their muster reports, and throughout the 1570s, bows still outnumbered handguns. By 1577, there were over 1,000 longbows in Suffolk, but fewer than 1,000 firearms. The following year, however, counties began buying powder in bulk and setting up formal target practice, with expenses falling heavily on local communities. Trainers were ordered to spend most of their time ensuring that men could hit their marks with shot rather than merely drill with pikes or bows. Despite these efforts, shortages persisted. In 1586, for example, Northamptonshire could muster more than 1,000 men, but fewer than 100 had firearms. Still, the Crown pressed on, knowing that the threat from Catholic Europe was real. Spanish troops moving through the Channel in 1574 had already stirred alarm in the southern counties, and by the mid-1580s, English volunteers were fighting in the Low Countries, while the militia prepared at home for the possibility of invasion. The great test came in 1588. As the Armada approached, the Privy Council wrestled with crucial questions. Should troops be dispersed along the coasts, or concentrated at the ports most likely to be attacked? Should an invader be met immediately on the beaches, or should forces wait to assemble before striking back? At the last moment, the government abandoned the policy of scattering troops and instead concentrated strength at major ports. In the end, the militia never faced Spain's elite tercios in open battle, but the preparations of the 1570s and 1580s paid off. By April 1588, England had a trained, if untested, national army. The cost was high. In Northamptonshire alone, a single company of 150 men could cost more than £225 to equip and maintain. But Elizabeth's kingdom was better prepared than ever before. The heavy cost of preparing for war had already been paid by the counties long before the Armada arrived. Northamptonshire, for instance, provided hundreds of men for service, and the total bill for equipping and training them ran into thousands of pounds. Across the kingdom, around 120,000 men were available for service, with two main armies of 30,000 each planned. one to guard the coast and the other positioned around London. A third force, under the ailing Earl of Leicester, would add even more flexibility in the southeast, the area most likely to face Parma's invasion. When the alarm finally came in July 1588, the network of lieutenants and the Privy Council moved quickly. They overcame local loyalties and created a truly national response. The most famous image of this mobilization is Elizabeth's dramatic appearance at Tilbury, but just as important were the 22,000 militia who marched eastward with weapons, powder, and supplies, ready to shadow the Armada's progress. This proved that England could ignore shire boundaries when survival was at stake. Local communities took their role seriously. Norwich, for example, had been drilling its militia since the 1570s. In 1587, it bought large stores of gunpowder, and by the following summer, the town staged skirmishes, artillery tests, and even ceremonial reviews with Continental veterans. Captains were rewarded with scarves and gifts, and the city presented Sir Thomas Layton, a seasoned commander, with a gilded cup. The musters of 1588 were not just practical exercises. They carried a sense of ceremony and pride. Elizabeth herself was guarded more heavily than any army in the field. Her personal security included a wide range of artillery, from heavy cannon to lighter guns, and over 40,000 infantry and several thousand cavalry. Adding Leicester's force, England could muster more than 60,000 men to block Parma's landing in Kent. Though lacking many experienced veterans and the strong bastioned fortresses of the continent, sheer numbers gave confidence. Meanwhile, the northern militia kept watch over Scotland. The system of lieutenancy again proved its worth, with local forces propped up to secure the borders while the nation braced for Spain. Everyone, from Lord Burghley anxiously counting pounds to keep the fleet supplied, to small villages pooling coins to feed and clothe their soldiers, shared in the burden of defense. This mobilization drew on traditions as old as Rome. Just as popes and bishops had once commanded armies, the English Church still shouldered military duties. Elizabeth called on clerics to raise troops, just as her brother Edward VI had done before her. The Archbishop of Canterbury himself was expected to provide cavalry and foot soldiers, though with the strict reminder that these men could not be taken from the trained bands already raised by the counties. Instead, the clergy's contribution was an additional obligation, separate from that of the laity. What emerged in 1588 was a patchwork system of obligations, nobles leading their tenants, shire militias, untrained reserves, pressed men, and even the clergy's contingents. Together, these forces reflected both the conservatism and the adaptability of Elizabethan England. The kingdom had not only prepared for war, but had found a way to draw strength from every corner of society in the face of invasion. Even the clergy were not exempt from military duty. They were expected to maintain trained soldiers within their dioceses, and at times had to provide men for foreign campaigns in places like Ireland and the Low Countries. Bishops, as the spiritual equals of noble lords, possessed enough wealth to raise cavalry units, including light horse, petronels, and lancers. Their benefices were taxed for arms, just like those of private citizens. Though by the later years of Elizabeth's reign, the shrinking resources of the church made it harder for bishops to finance mounted troops. The noble and ceremonial character of this obligation was on full display in 1599, when Archbishop Whitgift equipped his men with new banners and standards. His coat of arms, now silver and black instead of gold and blue, was painted onto silk flags designed to withstand the weather. His troopers marched in coats of tawny or blue, a distinctive uniform that set them apart. Yet these church troops were not mere episcopal bodyguards. They formed a real share of England's cavalry. In 1588, southern bishoprics alone provided nearly 500 horsemen. Still, bishops had to be pressed hard by the Privy Council to meet their quotas, often protesting that their sacred office exempted them. The council reminded them, however, that their sufficient livings made them well able to support the nation's defense. The Church's role in England's defense blended naturally with the Protestant vision of the militia. In the 1580s and 1590s, the looming threat of Catholic aggression brought local interests and national security into alignment. When Spain prepared its Great Armada, England framed the conflict as a holy struggle. Peace negotiations had dragged on in vain, and Philip's invasion seemed imminent. Then came the miraculous victory. God, it was declared, had shown his power by scattering Philip's fleet, while the English navy lost neither ship nor prisoner. This triumph, achieved in a defensive posture, fit perfectly with England's strategic self-image, yet it also meant that the kingdom remained on a near constant war footing. By the late 1590s, however, the strain was beginning to tell. Continuous invasion alarms and the draining war in Ireland wore down the clergy as much as the rest of the realm. Bishops complained that their cavalry numbers were shrinking, their armor and horses siphoned off to Ireland without replacement. The bishops of Lincoln, Worcester, Norwich, Oxford, and Ely all reported that the constant demands had left them weakened. Meanwhile, local communities often tried to shift the burden of military costs onto the church. The overlapping, poorly coordinated systems of obligation, noble levies, militia musters, and clerical contingents clashed and competed with one another. By the closing years of the century, England's countryside still held great military potential, but exhaustion and decentralization had left the kingdom's domestic defenses dangerously thin. By the middle of the 1590s, the financial strain of England's wars was being felt everywhere. In Newark, for instance, local communities pooled together their common armor, weapons assessed upon the surrounding villages and districts, while also collecting money to cover the wages of militia for a 4-day muster. Alongside these communal resources, individuals with their own equipment were required to bring it into service at their own expense. Each soldier was paid 8 pence a day, and the costs fell heavily on private contributors who not only supplied their own men, but also paid into the collective fund for powder, bullets, and match. This pattern reflected the wider Tudor and early Stuart militia system, built on the idea of citizen soldiers rather than professionals. Local communities were determined that their trained bands would not become a permanent standing army. When militiamen in Somerset demanded daily pay for their training, their neighbors objected, arguing that these men were substantial citizens, landowners, farmers, householders, who should bear the costs themselves. The militia was affordable because it relied on local resources, but it was never truly designed for long-term sustainability. Civic pride had once fueled enthusiasm. In Elizabeth's early reign, cities like Bristol spared no expense, outfitting their men in fine uniforms, repairing armor, and staging elaborate musters. The Queen herself watched as Bristol's militia performed mock battles in 1573, complete with fireworks and pageantry, a display meant to impress both sovereign and citizen alike. But by 1597, the mood had shifted. When Captain Dockwra arrived to inspect Bristol's forces, he found the men poorly armed and the town reluctant to pay for proper preparation, drawing sharp rebuke from the Privy Council. Years of foreign service in Ireland and the Low Countries had drained local energy, and rehearsing for war was no longer seen as a stirring civic duty, but an exhausting burden. The heart of the issue lay in the relationship between the local community and the crown. For the ordinary militiaman, his loyalty was first to his town, parish, or county. If he defended his own ground, and others did the same, then England would be safe. Yet this local mindset could not grasp the wider European realities of powerful centralized monarchies like France and Spain. Communities resisted excessive levies not out of rebellion, but from fear that war demands would sap their own vitality. The crown, however, knew it had to push its subjects into adopting new methods of war. A striking example came in 1567, when proposals were put forward to create special corps of arquebusiers, expert marksmen trained in the latest firearms techniques. The plan envisioned 4,000 men, half drawn from London, and the rest from major towns such as Bristol and Newcastle. For the first time, the financial burden would fall heavily on urban centers rather than the countryside. Young men between 18 and 25 were to be selected, seen as the best return for intensive training. The Crown promised to supply powder and munitions, and even hinted at granting tax immunity in exchange for the town's support. This was not meant to be a standing army, but rather an elite reserve that could be assembled in times of true crisis. It was a bold step toward modern military thinking, balancing tradition with innovation. The idea highlighted how England was slowly adapting to the challenges of the late 16th century, compelled by the need to match the power of continental states, but still deeply rooted in the old, local structures of community defense. Whoever first put forward the idea may well have been tied to Sir William Pelham, the lieutenant of the Ordnance Office. Around the same time, Pelham advanced a plan with similar aims, blending old traditions with the political and military realities of the 16th century. He recognized that the longbow still had life in it, especially in the villages, and did not see the preservation of archery as incompatible with the rise of firearms. Yet, like other reformers, he turned to tax exemptions as an incentive, suggesting that those willing to train as elite arquebusiers could be excused from the burdens of general musters and local subsidies. Shooting competitions would replace folk pastimes like Robin Hood games and midsummer pageantry, creating both skill and spectacle. In practice, communities began to feel the strain. In Somerset, during 1577 to 78, two zealous officials went beyond the agreed tax rates for arms, raising the levy on goods and land without consulting their fellow justices. This was a sign that some recognized how far behind England had fallen in keeping pace with the costly new art of war. Pelham's vision, however, leaned too heavily on older, wealthier taxpayers, while rival proposals focused on younger recruits and skilled artisans whose longevity and dexterity promised better returns. Elizabeth and her chief minister, William Cecil, weighed these ideas carefully, knowing that such reforms would create anomalies within the traditional militia, but also bring England closer to continental standards. In the end, it was the older militia concept, selective service rather than sweeping reform, that prevailed through the 1570s and would return again in the 1630s. The turning point came with James I. His statute of 1603 quietly erased the Elizabethan muster laws, not as part of a grand reform, but as a political move. James placed his faith in diplomacy and dynastic marriage, hoping to secure peace in Europe while leaning on the Channel as England's natural barrier. He imagined that, with the Scottish borders pacified by his accession, England could withdraw from the costly military commitments of his predecessors. The militia would rest under his prerogative, and the kingdom would stand down. It was a gamble that left England dangerously underprepared, unable to match continental powers until much later in the century, and only then under foreign leadership. By 1605, the reality of Europe intruded. The Privy Council pressed the shires to reassess their arms and manpower. Yet when the Earl of Exeter examined Northamptonshire's contribution, he was alarmed at what he found. Musters revealed only 300 infantry with incomplete equipment, and many weapons still sitting with armorers. Records were vague, certificates sloppy, and excuses abounded. For all the rhetoric of preparedness, the county system had slipped into complacency during the years of peace. Some at court attempted imaginative fixes. One scheme for a refined militia suggested raising revenue by selling the title of Knight of the Crown to 45 men in every shire, combining prestige with military service and producing a standing corps of heavy cavalry. In theory, this would strengthen defense while also funneling over £60,000 a year into the exchequer. Yet such plans remained cosmetic, inconsistent with the erratic energy of Jacobean policy. By 1608, certain counties had revived some discipline. Norwich even produced a detailed muster book of its citizens. But the results varied widely. Everything depended on the drive of local lords lieutenant. Some shires stagnated, others kept a thin thread of martial training alive. The Elizabethan years had left behind a generation of experienced veterans, men hardened by sieges on the continent, guerrilla warfare in Ireland, and expeditions overseas. But when James bought peace, he did so at the price of letting this hard-won proficiency decay. Through the 1610s and 1620s, the trained bands became more symbolic than practical. Their musters bound communities together, displayed loyalty, and carried political weight, but they no longer provided the backbone of serious military power. Years of peace bred neglect, shortages, and decay of arms. By the early 1600s, the government could barely count its soldiers, let alone equip them. Only when European crises loomed, rumors of conspiracies in Ireland, or Spinola's campaigns on the continent, did the Crown stir the militia back into life. Out of this faltering revival, a small number of select, trained, and properly armed men began to re-emerge, a reminder that, even after years of neglect, England still clung to the hope of defending itself when crisis came. Even though the Crown and the Lord Lieutenant often preferred large, comprehensive musters, local practice was usually quite different. Deputy lieutenants, constables, and bailiffs frequently stretched the process out over weeks, summoning small groups from nearby hundreds to be inspected by a captain and a deputy lieutenant. In Suffolk in 1614, for example, the muster unfolded gradually rather than all at once. After the return of general musters in 1612, renewed training in 1613, and the replacement of older firearms with heavier muskets in 1618, service in the militia became more demanding and more expensive. Local officers increasingly turned to the wealthier citizens to buy arms and even wear them in person, reversing earlier Jacobean trends where poorer men had slipped into the ranks. In some counties, however, the mix was broad. Laborers, craftsmen, and even the occasional gentleman stood together, bearing muskets, pikes, or lances. This widening of recruitment brought with it real risks, training men who might be seen as unruly, while most lacked any real military experience at a time when war required far greater skill than before. In Leicestershire in 1619, the costs of a general muster ran over £270, with a substantial portion pocketed by the ever-controversial muster-master. The muster-master was a deeply unpopular figure. His reputation had already been tarnished by corruption on overseas campaigns, where accusations of false accounting and dead pay were common. Captains resented him for exposing inflated troop lists, while treasurers accused him of collusion. Thomas Digges, a mathematician and soldier, even wrote a scathing critique of army administration that denounced the widespread abuse of funds, singling out the muster-master system as an example of inefficiency. It was little surprise that the office was formally abolished for expeditionary armies in 1588. But at home, the role lingered on, now paid directly by local government rather than the crown. This made the muster-master a symbol of outside interference, a royal official working within the patronage of the Lord Lieutenant, but funded at the expense of local taxpayers. Over time, counties began to absorb control of the office, choosing their own muster-masters and holding the purse strings. Whitehall, in the process, lost its most direct instrument for enforcing military preparedness. One telling example was Captain Thomas Panton, a veteran appointed in 1598 to Somerset, a county that had gone years without proper training. The Privy Council praised his experience, but his mission was doomed. Seen as an outsider imposed by the crown, he quickly became a target for local resentment rather than reform. Under the early Stuarts, things grew worse. With James I disinclined toward war, musters fell into neglect, and muster-masters often went unpaid. By 1612, Somerset's muster-master was owed over £100, forcing the local quarter sessions to levy special rates to cover his salary. Charles I later attempted to raise efficiency by sending in sergeants to drill the trained bands during extended summer musters. But even this stirred tensions. When sergeants arrived in Somerset in 1626 with royal backing, local leaders like Sir Robert Phillips, proud of their seniority and authority, were outraged that they had not been consulted. Sir Ralph Hopton, himself a skilled soldier, defended the measure, explaining that the sergeant's time was short and that grouping companies together for collective drilling was the only way to ensure they received the same attention as other regiments. The clash over muster-masters and sergeants captured the deeper problem of Stuart military organization, a system caught between the Crown's desire for central discipline and the county's determination to preserve their independence. What began as a medieval institution intended to monitor troops had, by the 17th century, become a symbol of the uneasy balance between royal authority and local control in England's military life. By the reign of Charles I, the problems of England's militia system were becoming more obvious. In Dorset, Sir Walter Earle described the trained bands as little more than an untrained rabble, armed with a jumble of weapons and showing no consistency. He blamed this disorder on unfair taxation and uneven rates of contribution. The Privy Council itself admitted in 1626 that the work of the deputy lieutenants had been slackly performed in many counties. They ordered a sweeping inspection, demanding full reports of every deficiency in men, armor, or weapons, with instructions that offenders should be punished severely. The clergy, too, were reminded that they were not exempt from their military obligations. Despite such stern words, the problems persisted. In Shropshire in 1635, the grand jury openly challenged the annual £50 salary of the muster-master, arguing that it violated the Petition of Right. The dispute revealed how politicized the trained bands had become. Local justices and communities increasingly saw the muster master as a royal intruder, a man paid out of their pockets who meddled in their affairs. When Sir John Corbett defended the jury's protest, he was hauled before the Privy Council and imprisoned. The Crown forced compliance, but the resentment ran deep. By the time of the Long Parliament, the House of Commons avenged Corbett's treatment, ruling that the muster master's fee was indeed unlawful. In Somerset, personal rivalries only added to the tensions. Sir Robert Phillips, long hostile to royal policy, rarely attended musters except to settle personal scores. When a muster was organized at King's Moor in 1636, Phillips claimed the site lay within his division and accused his fellow deputy, Lord Powlett, of using crafty insinuations to undermine him. Powlett dismissed Phillips as a quarrelsome man, pointing out that the muster was held on Sir John Stawell's land, well within his authority, and that Phillips was obstructing the public good for his own pride. Even the Lord Lieutenant was forced to step in, urging peace between his feuding deputies. By the late 1630s, such disputes reflected the deeper fracture between crown and county. The monarchy demanded unity and efficiency in military preparation, but local elites jealously guarded their autonomy. Instead of pulling together, rivalries, politics, and resentment over costs fractured the system. On the eve of the Civil War, the trained bands had become as much a battleground of local politics as a defense against foreign invasion. The story of Roman Sprakelinga from Montacute in Somerset shows how fragile and easily undermined the English militia system could be. Through personal connections, local rivalries, and even petty quarrels, the very purpose of national defense was often ignored. Sprakelinga sought protection from Sir Robert Phillips in 1627, hoping to secure a place in the trained bands so that he might avoid being pressed into service as a common soldier. At musters, he and others often turned up without the proper armor or equipment, and when he failed to appear at all, the constable was ordered to commit him. Yet Phillips stepped in, claiming Sprakelinga was innocent, insisting the man had no weapons of his own and that any fault lay with him, since the arms Sprakelinga once used actually belonged to Phillips himself. The deputy lieutenants were quick to push back, reminding Phillips that if he had taken away Sprakelinga's arms, then he must also ensure replacements were found for the king's service. They ordered the warrant to be executed, but Phillips appealed higher to the Lord Lieutenant and refused to let Sprakelinga be jailed. Lord Powlett, who already had his own feud with Phillips, seized the chance to arrest Sprakelinga, less for discipline than to spite his rival. Yet, when Sprakelinga eventually did appear at muster, albeit late, Phillips turned the tables, accusing Powlett of wrongful imprisonment. Sprakelinga went free, Powlett was chastised, Phillips boasted of his victory, and the king's cause was once again neglected. This sort of behavior was not unique to Somerset. Across the country, lieutenancy remained shaped by local patronage, personal rivalries, and negotiation between central power and provincial interest. Even under Elizabeth, men like Burleigh found themselves managing ambitious or self-serving deputies who quibbled over who should take command of militia companies. Some gentry avoided their duty altogether, preferring to pass the burden on to others, while deputies quietly expressed their frustration at those who refused to shoulder responsibility. For Charles I and his advisors, the answer seemed to lie in centralization. Rather than relying on the uneven and quarrelsome lieutenancy system, proposals emerged for a far more controlled military structure. Buckingham in 1624, and later Sir John Coke, put forward schemes for a permanent standing army, 15,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, known as the Order of Warfare. In this plan, lieutenancy would be bypassed entirely. Weapons would be kept by constables and church wardens, drills overseen by muster masters, and armorers hired to keep the equipment in working order. Pay would come from the parishes themselves, with musketeers earning double that of pikemen. The weapons would belong to the localities, while the crown supplied powder and shot in wartime. On paper, it offered many benefits. Younger sons of the gentry and the elder sons of yeomen would gain useful employment, and local communities would feel more directly invested in their own defense. Most importantly, it promised to remove the justification for unpopular taxes imposed in the name of military necessity. But whether such plans could have truly worked in practice remained doubtful. The struggle between local autonomy and central control ran deep, and in the years before the Civil War, it only grew sharper. By the 1620s, England's military debates revealed a deep divide between the ambitions of the crown and the instincts of its people. Some writers, avoiding words like trained bands or militia, sketched out visions of a new army that broke entirely from the existing system. They imagined a permanent force that could serve the king abroad in foreign wars and protect the realm at home. For Charles I, such an army could extend English power across Europe, while for ordinary citizens it promised safety from invasion. The scheme carried unmistakable echoes of royal elitism. Inspired by the Order of the Garter, a new lesser order of soldiers would be marked by St. George's Red Cross, which they could display proudly in civilian life. Cavalrymen might wear cloaks embroidered with silk crosses, while infantrymen bore cloth badges on their coats. This select military brotherhood would enjoy privileges that set them apart from the rest of society: protection from creditors, immunity from certain local offices, and even lighter punishments for crimes. Nobles, however, were kept at arm's length, with lords lieutenants largely excluded from this vision of reform. The reasoning behind such radical ideas was clear. England's strategic position in the 1620s was perilous. Catholic alliances threatened Protestant interests across Europe, and England itself was increasingly seen as the target of Spanish hostility. Coke's Union of Arms made plain that the survival of Protestant states depended heavily on English support. Yet domestic politics undermined these grand strategies. Instead of unity, debates often collapsed into quarrels about money and power, with Parliament wary of giving the king new tools that might strengthen his authority. At the same time, many Englishmen clung to the older belief that a true militia of native subjects was the surest defense of the realm. They took pride in the idea that Englishmen, once properly trained, could not be matched in war. But the challenge lay in training. Muskets required far greater skill than bows, and few communities were eager to shoulder the cost or effort of regular drill. England's peace, ironically, had bred a dangerous neglect of arms. Even so, Whitehall tried to push reform. The Duke of Buckingham dispatched experienced sergeants from the Low Countries to drill the shires. Yet local communities often resisted, preferring trusted veterans already living among them. Sometimes they even took the initiative themselves. Bristol, for instance, petitioned in 1625 to create its own artillery yard so its citizens could practice without relying on Crown oversight. In Devon, local gentry organized beacons, musters, and coastal inspections almost like an independent state. They appointed their own ordnance masters and inspected fortifications with their own resources, proving that local knowledge was often more practical than distant royal plans. But this same local control also exposed weakness. Reports sent back to Whitehall showed men arriving at musters in rags, without proper arms, or deliberately undervaluing their estates to shirk financial obligations. The central government might scold and threaten punishment, but in reality, the crown depended on these local networks. In the end, England's defense remained a patchwork, caught between royal visions of standing armies and the stubborn independence of shire militias. On the eve of the 30 Years' War, England and Wales could, at least on paper, claim between 100,000 and 150,000 militiamen who had received some training and had access to weapons. By 1642, however, that number had fallen, with the crown unable to rely on more than 100,000 trained soldiers despite earlier attempts at building a so-called perfect militia. Part of this decline was due to the collapse of the old border militias. In counties like Westmoreland and Cumberland, once so crucial to security, the bands had virtually disappeared by the 1630s. Where James I could once count thousands of armed men in the north, by the 1620s these forces had faded, even as Charles tried to invigorate militia training elsewhere. Numbers aside, those who remained under Charles I were better drilled and equipped than their Jacobean predecessors. Earlier figures had often been exaggerated on paper to cover for poor quality, and the legal framework that had supported the militia had been allowed to lapse. Attempts to pass new legislation in the 1620s failed, and although Charles launched his reign with bold plans for overseas wars, Parliament refused to finance a major military buildup. The costly and disappointing expeditions of 1625 and 1627 left the king frustrated, while Parliament grew increasingly hostile to further military levies. When the Duke of Buckingham was assassinated in 1628, Charles saw it as evidence of the deep unpopularity of his wars. Instead of compromising with Parliament, Charles leaned on the Lords Lieutenants and his prerogative to push ahead with his vision of a perfect militia. Orders went out for regular drilling, new instructions were printed and circulated, and communities were pressed to raise their standards. At the same time, his policy of ship money was meant to strengthen the navy while the trained bands supposedly mastered land warfare. Yet when Scotland rose in rebellion in 1637–38, and the militia was summoned in 1639 and 1640, the results were disappointing. Many militiamen avoided service by sending substitutes, often poorly equipped, and Hamilton's failed expedition in 1639 exposed the crown's weakness. From the beginning of Charles's reign, military policy was inseparable from politics, and it was politics that continually undermined England's capacity for war. Even the most loyal servants of the crown, such as Henry Hastings, the 5th Earl of Huntingdon, who had built Leicestershire's militia into a model of discipline, found themselves blocked by local resistance. In Hertfordshire, for example, the trained bands refused impressment for service abroad. They reminded the crown that their ancient privilege was to defend the kingdom, not to be sent across the sea under unfamiliar commanders. They saw themselves as free-born yeomen, equal to the gentry in their rights, and would not be treated as expendable common soldiers. Their petitions linked military service with broader constitutional questions: the rights of property holders, the petition of right, and Parliament's authority in war-making. Charles's own reforms were thus turned back against him, with countrymen insisting that misuse of the militia would weaken England rather than strengthen it. When rebellion erupted in Ireland in 1641, loyal Protestant forces there quickly learned to organize themselves, training their men under stricter regimental structures to overcome poor discipline and shortages of arms. Their experience echoed wider English debates over local self-defense and the rights of citizens to bear arms under their own leaders. Such ideas anticipated later movements like the clubmen during the Civil War, and even foreshadowed principles that would resurface during the American Revolution. By 1642, the division was stark. Parliament seized control of the lieutenancy, appointing its own men as lords' lieutenants and attempting to strip the crown of direct influence over the militia. What had once been primarily a military office was becoming a form of civil administration, yet its military role was still central. The militia controversy of 1641 to 42 showed just how far the issue had become politicized. Parliament even proposed new impressment measures that would bypass the lieutenancy altogether, placing the power directly in the hands of magistrates and mayors. What had begun as a debate over training and weapons had become part of a larger constitutional battle between king and parliament. In the heated debates of the 1628 Parliament, members argued that the great mobilizations under Henry VIII in 1511 to 13 marked a turning point from older, more medieval practices of raising armies. One voice claimed that before Henry's reign, there had been no ordinary pressing of soldiers, while Sir John Selden delivered a sweeping history of forced service, suggesting that kings had followed the example of powerful nobles who once compelled their tenants into arms. Modern historians, however, note that Tudor recruitment relied as much on continuity as on innovation. Troops could be gathered under the royal banner, either through noble retainers or by community levies, and the terms of service were still often set out in indentures or local agreements. What struck contemporaries as new and unsettling were the vast call-ups of the 1540s, when thousands of militiamen were swept up for campaigns abroad. In 1542, for example, the Duke of Norfolk informed Norwich officials that Henry had made him Lieutenant Northward and commanded the city to provide armed men for war against Scotland, with pay and coats supplied by the Crown. Similar methods were used for the French wars of the decade. In truth, Henry VIII's military system was deeply rooted in older traditions. The Wars of the Roses had already demonstrated that private bonds of service between lords and their followers were often more effective than bullying towns into sending men. Monarchs valued the loyalty of a free and armed yeomanry, but were careful not to exhaust their subjects with constant levies. The old system of array, in place since the 1200s, remained reliable, and Tudor armies usually blended these older practices with newer methods. Both Richard III and Henry VII had relied on small, select companies led by trusted gentlemen whose service was agreed upon in advance. This element of personal consent was easier to secure from nobles than from communities, and the recruiters of the late Middle Ages acted more like subcontractors than later press agents, drawing on their familiarity with local society. Henry VIII, though, preferred personal loyalty above all. His vision of war was still medieval in spirit, and when conflict broke out in 1511, he sent letters under his signet to landowners, commanding them to list the able men they could raise from their lands and offices. Despite legislation against retaining, it was from private individuals that Henry demanded recruits. These men were then arrayed under commanders of the king's choosing. Surviving returns for coat and conduct money show that nobles recruited men from across county borders, often selecting groups of 25 to 100, led by relatives or dependents. Troops were raised as intact units, neighbors and kin serving together under familiar leaders. This system fostered discipline and loyalty, and few mutinies occurred among Henrician forces. Officers were usually not outsiders, but men of the same locality, chosen by birth and position. They marched with their soldiers, fought beside them, and brought them home afterwards at the king's expense. This paternalist approach ensured that soldiers were decently clothed, transported to their musters, and even paid on their return. At the end of campaigns, entire companies, including engineers like Cornish miners, were escorted back to their homes with royal support. Such arrangements made Henry's impressment system more acceptable than later methods. These practices carried over into the huge levies of the 1540s, reinforcing the view that militia forces were England's second line of defense, while the first line came from nobles raising expeditionary armies. Over time, however, landlords and private recruiters gave way to captains appointed by the crown. When Parliament in 1628 looked back on Henry's methods, it feared they set a precedent for arbitrary royal power. Yet in practice, Henry's mobilizations were sporadic, and it was Elizabeth who ultimately sent more men abroad than her father. She inherited the Tudor custom of generosity, paying soldiers and providing coats at discharge. And by the 1570s, she had been forced to institutionalize recruitment, creating trained bands and involving local communities in collective systems, particularly for the expensive and prolonged Irish wars. The demands of border defense and continental campaigns during the age of siege warfare made English involvement in France a daunting task. In 1562, Elizabeth I dispatched Sir Richard Lee, one of the kingdom's most skilled military engineers, to strengthen the defenses at Le Havre. His work was divided between there and Berwick, both of which required urgent fortification. Skilled laborers such as pioneers, sappers, and miners were in short supply, and while in 1559 hundreds had been directed north to reinforce Berwick, by 1562 many of these men were redirected to Normandy. By January that year, 500 pioneers had been levied from counties including Gloucestershire, Nottinghamshire, and Suffolk to rebuild Berwick's walls, yet many soon found themselves in service across the Channel. Reinforcements also came from the Berwick garrison itself, with 260 men sent to bolster the forces in Normandy. Elizabeth's early levies were still carried out much like those of her father. Prominent nobles such as the Duke of Norfolk and the Earl of Arundel were tasked with recruiting their own county men, Norfolk drawing hundreds from Sussex, St. John gathering others from Hampshire. Once recruits reached ports like Rye, royal agents inspected and equipped them, with local justices contributing funds to cover shortages. Armigil Wad, acting in effect as a muster-master general, enrolled the names of recruits and distributed their first month's pay from the treasury of war. Sheriffs and justices of the peace, whether noblemen or country gentlemen, bore much of the responsibility for pressing and preparing soldiers. Captains were still chosen from within the counties, but they were ultimately accountable to the Queen and her officers. What marked Elizabeth's Normandy campaign as different was the growing bureaucratic structure behind impressment. Sheriffs, particularly in counties tied to William Cecil's influence, were instructed not to delay recruitment for lack of exchequer funds, but to raise money locally, even through loans, with the assurance that the Crown would later reimburse the expense. Recruitment zones were clearly defined. The southern half of England, including Wales, was drawn on for troops to fight in France, while the northern counties focused on defending the borders. Gentlemen commissioners oversaw levies, while even prisoners from Newgate were reviewed for service. Though some degree of selection was exercised, these measures reflected the increasingly systematized and, at times, desperate nature of Elizabethan impressment. Conditions for those sent abroad were harsh. At Le Havre, the English garrison relied on supplies from home, but food, clothing, and bedding were scarce. When troops returned, their situation often worsened. Disbanded without officers, records, or pay, many arrived back in Portsmouth destitute, ragged, shoeless, and forced to beg money for their passports. The weakness of bureaucracy was laid bare. Without the paternal protection of a noble retainer, many recruits slipped through the cracks. As campaigns in Ireland grew, impressment became even more entrenched. In 1567, 50 archers from Lancashire were sent across the Irish Sea, and by the 1580s the Privy Council was routinely ordering levies. Between 1585 and 1602, as many as 40,000 men from England and Wales served in Ireland, a quarter of them Welsh. London and Yorkshire provided the largest contingents, but western counties like Devon, Cornwall, and Lancashire also carried heavy burdens. The peak came in 1598 to 99, and again in 1601, when successive levies of over 8,000 men at a time were demanded, drawing on virtually every county in the kingdom. Wales lost nearly 3% of its population to these presses, while English counties usually parted with less than 1%. The financial cost of raising soldiers was also steep. In 1570, when Bury St. Edmunds sent just 7 men, the town spent over £24. Weapons, armor, clothing, and conduct money all had to be provided. Some towns, like Suffolk, properly purchased new arms for their levies. Others cut corners, plundering parish stores or sending men off poorly equipped. The strain of sending men abroad often competed with the local need to keep their militias supplied and ready at home, a tension that persisted throughout Elizabeth's reign. One might expect that local militias would be spared in vulnerable counties, yet the western shires of England often saw their trained men sent to fight in France. Ireland was different. Known for hardship, disease, and relentless losses, it had a reputation for swallowing whole companies and draining the crown's treasury. For that reason, Elizabeth's trained bands were long promised they would not be forced into Irish service. Only in the desperate year of 1601 did 500 London militiamen cross the sea. Many soldiers, terrified of being sent to Ireland, were willing to pay large sums, £20, £30, even £40, to avoid that posting. As one advisor warned Sir Robert Cecil, if companies must be raised, let it be new recruits, not the trained men who were intended to defend the kingdom at home. This promise gave the militia a special status. They were amateurs, part-time soldiers, not professionals. In reality, Elizabeth preferred to send them to continental theaters, Picardy, Normandy, or Brittany, rather than to Ireland. When Lancashire militia were sent to Ireland in 1580, it was an unusual exception, not repeated until the crisis at the very end of her reign. Fear of being pressed for Ireland spread across the country. A report from York in 1588 admitted that men actively avoided enrolling in muster books, fearing they might be dragged across the sea. Lincolnshire displayed the same reluctance, with Lord Burghley himself having to explain that the 700 trained men raised in the county were meant only for local defense, or in service near the Queen's person, not for foreign campaigns. Yet, in times of emergency, such reassurances often dissolved. The government faced a constant struggle to secure recruits for Ireland because so many Englishmen, and especially Welshmen, chose instead to volunteer for service on the continent. The wars of religion in the Low Countries were a strong attraction, drawing thousands away. Some men were poor and unskilled, others came from respectable families, but all found opportunities abroad that often led to advancement. Under patrons like Sir Thomas Knowles, ordinary soldiers could rise to become officers. Sometimes entire groups traveled together, brothers, fathers, and sons, or small bands of friends. England's best recruiting ground, Wales, was drained by this voluntary exodus, making it even harder to staff Irish campaigns. To meet the Crown's needs, impressment expanded inland. Counties like Lancashire, Cheshire, and Yorkshire were pressed heavily, even though Yorkshire was vital to northern defense. Between 1594 and 1602, Yorkshire alone supplied over 2,000 men for Ireland, second only to London. The balance of war effort was always delicate, defending the north, supplying troops for continental wars, and answering the Crown's calls for Ireland often pulled in opposite directions. In the West Country, too, the burden was felt. Shires like Somerset and Wiltshire had long provided soldiers for continental expeditions, particularly in Brittany, which drained huge amounts of money, arms, and manpower. Compared to this, Irish service initially seemed lighter. In 1584, Somerset and Wiltshire were asked to raise just 150 men, carefully divided into pikemen, musketeers, and calivermen. Promises were made that the Crown would reimburse coat and conduct charges, though in reality royal officials often stepped in to take over recruitment and carry the men off to Plymouth for embarkation. For all the anxieties it caused, the Irish service made fewer demands on these counties than the Brittany campaigns had. By the end of Elizabeth's reign, the combined weight of Irish and continental wars forced England to expand and formalize its systems of recruitment. Historians note that while the overall burden might appear light in crude numbers, the regional impact was immense. Welsh and Western Midland counties were drained by Ireland, while the southern counties shouldered most of the continental expeditions. In Kent alone, 4% of the population was drawn into service between 1591 and 1602. Essex suffered as well, where the veteran Sir John Smythe bitterly complained of the exhausting and destructive effect of these constant levies. Sir John Smythe, much like the headstrong Sir Robert Phelips a generation later, cast himself as the custodian of English country life and bristled at London's interference. To him, Privy Council orders and roving captains were stripping Essex of its young men and shipping them to hardship and likely death abroad. Anticipating the protests of the 1620s, Smythe pressed a basic question. On what legal ground could the Crown force men into foreign service? In 1587–88, he took the issue to Lord Chief Baron Manwood and sounded out other lawyers. In Smythe's mind, what preserved the countryside preserved England, and even his plan to purge rogues doubled as a way to turn impressment into a cure for the social ills impressment had worsened. By classical standards of virtue in arms, Smythe's proposed rank-and-file, soldier rogues should have been the last men you'd trust in battle. Yet he argued the opposite. These hard-bitten drifters could endure hunger, cold, and marching better than respectable conscripts, and, left to their wits, were more resourceful. He wasn't alone in that hard-nosed view. Even the Earl of Leicester, Smythe's nemesis, had hinted in 1585 that such tough material had its uses. Few Englishmen volunteered for Ireland. Pressed companies bled away through disease and desertion, and English captains often topped up their numbers with native Irish recruits, an explosive practice that sparked decades of argument. Leicester, unfazed, urged the Queen to send hundreds of idle Irish from England back across the sea. They were hardy, he said, and would outlast Englishmen once trained with hardness. The Queen refused. Smythe's critics painted him as unbalanced. Leicester wrote that at the 1588 muster, Smythe burst into such strange cries about ordering men for close combat that he seemed not well. Temperamental he was, but his outbursts gave voice to quieter, widespread anxieties. What truly rankled? First, the sheer scale of war. Levy after levy consumed by campaigns that resolved little. Sieges, attrition, starvation. Second, the duration. By the mid-1590s, the fighting felt endless. The Dutch Revolt, as Geoffrey Parker notes, resembled a world war in scope. To Smythe, it looked like an abyss. He embodied a distinct English instinct: fight decisively, win, and go home. English forces were never built for endless field service or perpetual conscription. To Smythe, the new discipline devoured men and hollowed out rural life. Essex felt it keenly, as did Cheshire and Kent, where pressed columns tramped through and discipline sometimes frayed. In 1582, Hertfordshire levies paused at the White Hart in Brentwood, banner flying, and drew the idle and worst disposed like a magnet. Exactly the kind of disorder locals blamed on the press. Then came 12 June 1596. Smythe rode into the Colchester muster, likely after drink, and found a company of pikemen and longbowmen drilling apart from the musketeers he despised. He seized the moment. Before him stood trained band citizens, pikes in the center, archers flanking, some likely his own retainers. Rumor said another vast levy loomed. Smythe thundered that thousands of Essex men had been taken, and barely any returned. Without naming the Queen, he laid the waste of Essex lives at Whitehall's door, singling out Lord Treasurer Burghley. If these men wished to stay and defend the Shire, the militia's proper role, he vowed to shield them from the press if they would raise their hands. He even pointed to the Earl of Hertford's second son beside him as a princely figure to follow, with Smythe as lieutenant. Cries of "God save the Queen" cut through. A handful raised hands, others warned they were begging for the gallows, and Smythe's supporters melted away. Arrest followed. Interrogations probed his Catholic connections, time under the Duke of Alba, the weapons he stockpiled, a tract on the succession dedicated to the Earl of Essex, and a libel on Burghley. However harebrained, the affair touched a live wire. Smythe was attacking the legal foundation of impressment and stoking defiance among the very militia the Crown relied on to keep order when crowds or pressed men mutinied. And mutiny was no abstraction. In the marching funnels to Ireland, Chester especially, riots and refusals recurred for years. The Stuarts later eased the pressure by shrinking the Irish army after 1603 and shoring up control through plantation, patronage, and status sales. Titles like baronetcies came with obligations. Somerset's Edward Allen paid over £1,000 and pledged to maintain 30 soldiers in Ireland, an expensive extra-parliamentary way to keep a small force in being. Press-based war was risky and costly. In 1574, a West Country levy of 1,000 produced only 100 men ready to sail. They sat idle for a month, were dismissed, and the army sold off spoiled victuals at a loss. Logistics stumbled, food and reinforcements lagged. Yet pressed men sometimes performed well. In October 1579, during the Desmond Rising, Sir Nicholas Malby's 1,000, many fresh from English presses, stormed a strong Irish position on their third attempt, beating back forces later likened to veteran Continental troops. Ploughmen from Devon and Cornwall outmatched Gallowglasses in open ground, helped by better arms. Malby himself, reprieved from a death sentence to serve at Le Havre, then forged by Irish campaigning, was exactly the commander to turn rough levies into a fighting line. Not all stories ended so neatly. Lancashire recruits balked at fighting fellow Catholics. In 1595, amid a fierce action, English officers stripped muskets from raw English pressmen and thrust them into the hands of loyal Irish soldiers to stave off disaster. The longer-term cure was obvious. Import veterans from the Low Countries, men hardened to siege, hunger, and drill, captains who could teach as they fought. Even so, commanders repeatedly warned Whitehall, Ireland was no place to break in recruits. Untrained, ill-equipped men landed in a hostile landscape where disease killed more than skirmish, burned out fast, forcing new, frantic presses and leaving field forces under strength and exposed. Between 1597 and 1602, pressure on the southern shires spiked. Kent, second only to London for supplying men to continental campaigns, now had to feed the Irish War as well. Even before the climactic year of 1601, Kent's manpower was pulled in multiple directions. Throughout the early 1590s, it topped up forces in the Low Countries and France. In summer 1595, its lathes clubbed together to send costly heavy cavalry to Ireland. The next year, the county clergy mustered both horse and foot for the same theatre. At the same time, Kent was raising men for Boulogne in May and September. In May 1597, Essex demanded 300 drilled and fully kitted infantry for Calais, costing Kent £1,200. July brought another 50 for Picardy and 400 for the garrison at Ostend. Hampshire's burden closely matched this pattern. Early November 1597 shows Elizabeth's strategic mind in miniature. The Lord Deputy in Ireland, Lord Berg, had died, forcing a reshuffle in Dublin just as Ostend was begging for immediate help. With the Pale exposed and an English garrison at risk of being overwhelmed, the Queen ordered 1,000 reinforcements from Kent and Sussex. In doing so, she broke 3 usual rules. First, companies were shipped as they formed instead of moving together, tying up scarce transports. Second, instead of spreading the Sussex levy evenly across the county, men were taken from the hundreds nearest Rye to rush embarkation. Third, and most startling, some were picked directly out of the trained bands, able persons with proper arms, despite the looming threat of a Spanish fleet. By late 1598, Sussex was again pressing 100 men for Ireland. In 1599, it also had to plan how to move 4,000 militia to rescue Kent if Spain landed. Sending experienced coastal militia, along with their arms, powder, and rations, out of England in 1597 to 99, when a Spanish Armada was expected, was a measure of last resort. Local unease worsened as towns were also tapped to provision troops, victual the Earl of Cumberland's squadron, and bolster naval stores, no small demand amid grain shortages in East Anglia and the south. Fate briefly eased the strain. The Catholics lifted the siege of Ostend, letting Elizabeth cancel Sir Charles Percy's relief march. On the 5th of November, word came that storms had wrecked the Spanish fleet. All this happened within a week, but Ireland still beckoned. The Queen diverted her Picardy troops, without telling them, towards the Irish Sea. Veteran companies under Sir Arthur Savage were ordered to Dover and the Downs, then quietly to the Isle of Wight. From there, Vice Admiral Sir Henry Palmer was to waft them to Ireland, keeping the destination secret until embarkation. In July 1598, officers in the Low Countries fumed as their companies were siphoned to Ireland, and paymasters continued disbursing Dutch theatre wages to men idling in English ports, awaiting Irish passage. 10 companies, 6 at Falmouth, 2 at Plymouth, 2 at Portsmouth, drew Netherlands pay, while Sir Nicholas Parker's 50 waited for fresh county levies to join them. After the disaster at Yellow Ford in August, impressment widened across England. The Crown had to weigh bolstering Irish field strength against stripping English coastal defenses and scaling back Allied commitments in Europe, all while guessing at true numbers, since returns from Ireland were even murkier than from the Netherlands. Reliability complicated the math. Irish Catholics serving the Crown might desert or switch sides at the moment of crisis. At the end of August 1598, the Privy Council concluded that, with Armagh saved, the 2,000 English reinforcements on order would be an unsupportable charge, unless a matching number of Irish soldiers were dismissed. Yet discharging them risked simply replacing them with the new 2,000. Costs rose thanks to local foot-dragging and poor standards. After Yellow Ford, Hereford was told to raise 50 more men on top of 100 already pressed. Instead of patriotic zeal, the Queen got substandard recruits and kit, forcing further levies. Elizabeth demanded sturdier men and more firepower: 12 corselet pikemen, 25 with calivers, 10 musketeers. No more refuse of men, foisted off by parishes. The Lord Lieutenant, the Earl of Pembroke, scolded deputies and JPs for their negligence, refusing to carry their blame. The bill for those 50 alone hit £180. Through September 1598, the trickle became a stream. 1,000 were ferried over under Sir Richard Bingham, who also brought 200 Norfolk men, to refill decayed companies. The Earl of Ormond warned against using pressed men in Ireland. Still, Sir Samuel Bagenal arrived around the 18th of September with remnants of his regiment, and another 1,300 landed at Youghal. Alarmed by defections, the council insisted on native English in key units and ordered an additional press of 4,000. Standards remained ragged. On the 3rd of October, Bingham's pressed horse, those 200 Norfolk troopers, threatened mutiny over their shabby coats. 8 days later, Captain Stafford reported 800 men at Chester so poorly dressed that some would march without shoes or stockings. The Buckinghamshire contingent was both the worst men and worst apparelled, and even the Londoners' cassocks, made from northern cloth, shrank badly when wet, standing them in little stead for the coming winter. By the autumn of 1598, the crisis created by the Yellow Ford forced Elizabeth's government into a frantic cycle of recruitment and reinforcement. In late October, another 2,000 men were shipped out of English ports for service in Ireland. Plans followed in November and December for yet more levies, raw recruits mixed with veterans from the Low Countries, that the Earl of Essex might use to regain the initiative. In less than half a year, over 7,000 men had been raised. But transport, equipping, and training took time, meaning England could only fight defensively until these reinforcements arrived. The Privy Council complained of the poor record-keeping of Ireland's muster officials. Without clear reports on how many men had deserted, died, or wasted away from hunger and cold, London had little idea of true numbers in the field. Ormond was ordered to carry out much stricter musters, listing not only head counts, but also the exact arms and equipment available, so that the Queen's levies could match the real situation. To support this, 2,000 veterans were withdrawn from the Low Countries in December 1598, alongside 3,000 freshly pressed infantry from England and a levy of horsemen financed with £6,000. Even craftsmen were not spared. Smiths, carpenters, and armorers were impressed by name, despite local resentment that such skilled men would likely perish in Ireland. The sheer size of the 1598 levies, over 5,000 recruits in one sweep, meant the quality of men declined. By February 1599, Sir Samuel Bagenal reported from Kells that his troops were starving and freezing. Many had no proper clothing or bedding, and some had literally collapsed dead while marching from hunger. Pay was months in arrears, and even when food was provided, it was meager. The Privy Council scrambled to cover costs. The Mayor of Bristol was ordered to fund Sir Henry Davers' 100 horsemen at 18 pence per day, with a vague promise of repayment later. The financing of these campaigns grew increasingly complicated. Counties raised funds directly, merchants advanced loans, and the Exchequer shuffled money through local and national accounts. Sometimes communities covered the full cost of arms and equipment, while the Crown only provided coat and conduct money to move the men. This fiscal muddle blurred responsibility for who really paid, and it bred political bitterness at home. For Essex, the greater problem lay in the war itself. In his own words, Ireland's rebels were hardy, bold, and skilled with their weapons. They used the terrain, woods, bogs, and marshes, to cancel out England's superiority in cavalry and drilled formations. The Queen's raw recruits, Essex admitted, had neither bodies, spirits, nor practice of arms to match their opponents. England's only true advantage lay in its horsemen, its discipline, and the courage of its gentlemen officers. But, he warned, this was an uneven wager. To risk the lives of noblemen and professional leaders against rebels whom he derisively called rogues and beggars. Essex believed that the harsh Irish landscape itself produced tougher soldiers than England's gentler climate ever could. This almost Darwinian view suggested that the problem was not simply poor recruitment practices, but the fact that England's men were out of place in Ireland's unforgiving conditions. His repeated complaints about sickness, hunger, and the unhealthy climate implied more than just excuses. They quietly raised the question of whether conquering Ireland was worth the cost. Was England really prepared to sacrifice its finest gentlemen for such difficult ground? In truth, the weak performance of pressed English recruits in the 1590s seemed to support Essex's gloomy judgment. Yet when Charles Blount, Lord Mountjoy, replaced him, he commanded men of no better quality. The difference was leadership. At Kinsale in 1601, Mountjoy proved that competent command could turn even ordinary troops into a victorious army. Essex's stress on the importance of leadership went against the grain of many military thinkers of the day. Writers such as Barnaby Rich argued that bad soldiers could never be made good, but Essex believed a capable commander could shape raw material into something effective. That left two choices: either press stronger, more suitable men, or, as Elizabeth sometimes preferred, shift experienced veterans from the continent into Ireland. In fact, the Queen had briefly permitted a press of 2,000 Irishmen during the harvest of 1599, and Essex himself had cut his army's size soon after. But the dilemma remained. Should England rely on its own unwilling conscripts, or build an Anglo-Irish force better suited for the terrain? Mountjoy understood the depth of the problem. Writing to the Privy Council, he explained that while England dreaded the burden of constant levies and the cost of transport, an army in Ireland could not survive without steady reinforcements. Campaigning there meant endless marches in all weathers, men sleeping on the bare ground with little to cover them, and continual losses through hunger, cold, and disease. Attrition was inevitable, and the army had to be replenished constantly just to remain intact. As the long war dragged England's resources thin, the church was also drawn more directly into the struggle. Traditionally, bishops had been responsible for raising light horse for defensive purposes, but in the late 1590s, they were pressed to provide men for active campaigning. In 1596, Archbishop Whitgift declared the Irish War nearly as important as defending England itself, and ordered his dioceses to produce both infantry and cavalry. The church's contingents were expected to arrive fully equipped, and if a soldier lacked armor, he was told to buy it on the spot at Chester. Between 1598 and 1601, the clergy supplied hundreds of horsemen alongside thousands from the counties, their efforts overseen closely by both the Archbishop and the Privy Council. The demand spread across southern England. Bristol, for example, was ordered to billet and supply pressed cavalry before they were shipped to Ireland. Stables, food, lodging, and even coin for their victualling were the responsibility of the city. By 1599, hundreds more troops were funneled through its port, with thousands of infantry to follow. In this way, what began as a primarily defensive obligation for the clergy and local communities had turned into a steady commitment to overseas warfare. Even when peace came under James I, the Irish garrisons still required fresh bodies, mostly from Cheshire and Lancashire. Local officials collected taxes to fund these levies, showing that the system of impressment continued in practice, whatever the new king claimed about ending Elizabeth's chronic recruiting drives. And it wasn't only soldiers who were pressed. The Royal Navy also needed manpower. Sailors were summoned by commissioners, formally enrolled, and given a small advance of money to reach their ports of embarkation. They were treated better than foot soldiers. Considered skilled, they received higher wages and more careful handling. But while sailors were sought out as valuable assets, discharged veterans of the land wars were often seen as unwanted burdens back home. When discharged, pressed soldiers were usually given a printed pass or a letter from their commander, along with conduct money to help them return to their home parishes and, ideally, resume civilian life. Yet, despite official proclamations urging their resettlement and re-employment, many drifted into vagrancy or petty crime. Elizabeth's government even moved to criminalize vagrancy in 1598, a sign of how closely the fates of discharged men were tied to broader social concerns. Officials often targeted idle or masterless men for impressment, and while there were attempts to protect honest soldiers from being cheated of their pay, abuses were frequent. On one occasion, 30 destitute veterans gathered at the palace gates, prompting Elizabeth herself to order an investigation. The Privy Council announced that any soldier able to prove he was owed wages for service abroad should come to court and be fully paid. Complaints about illegal or unfair pressing also reached the council. In Gloucestershire, for example, a gentleman claimed he had been forced into service despite being elderly and heavily taxed. Elizabeth was angered that her authority had been abused in this way, calling such actions not minor errors but insults to royal justice. Resistance to impressment grew stronger because it lacked firm legal foundations. A bill in 1601 that might have legitimized pressing and the financing of troops passed the Lords, but the Commons struck it down. When James I later ordered levies to support the recovery of the Palatinate, his proclamations echoed those of Henry VIII, justifying the campaign in terms of royal duty and national service. Roughly 12,000 men were pressed, many from London, the home counties, and East Anglia, with contributions also from the West Country. Some northern counties, however, were exempted, partly because of the costs and difficulties of marching men so far south. The trained bands were supposed to remain untouched, though in practice, discontent ran high. James tried to reassure Parliament by allowing special treasurers to handle war funds, but this only exposed how fragile the Crown's war prerogative had become. Distrust of royal policy deepened, especially as many doubted the vague aims of campaigns like Mansfeld's expedition, and complained about the shortage of experienced English officers to manage the new levies. Records from Buckinghamshire show how local officials bargained and bent rules, sparing certain men and recruiting substitutes to meet quotas. The whole process remained muddled and unpopular. Compared with the 70,000 pressed under Elizabeth, the numbers raised under James and Charles I Worst, 12,000 for Mansfeld, 10,000 for Cadiz, 6,000 for the Isle of Ré, were smaller, but the resentment was greater. People suspected their kings of wasting English lives and money in futile foreign wars, and the harsh system of impressment only bred more desertion and quiet resistance. When John Guilford of Wiltshire and a handful of his neighbors deserted Mansfeld's ranks, they did so quietly, slipping away before dawn rather than risk their lives in a foreign campaign. Guilford left his lodgings at Twisford and walked the long road back to Marlborough, returning to a community that had already equipped him with fresh clothing and even given him press money. The relief and embarrassment of his return was shared by others, for dozens of local men deserted in similar fashion. These were not aimless vagrants, but working men, laborers, weavers, tinkers, and small farmers, many of whom left behind pregnant wives, elderly parents, or large families now dependent on parish charity. Although deserters were often caught and imprisoned, records suggest that local officials were quick to release them once it could be done discreetly, preferring to restore them to productive labor rather than burden the jails. Only when they turned to crime did punishment grow harsher. One deserter in the 1590s was hanged for robbery. Mansfeld's campaign, however, had drained so many recruits that even Ireland's needs went unmet. Shortages of drummers were reported in early 1625, and many of Mansfeld's men ended up billeted in English ports and villages, straining local resources. Billeting was one of the most resented demands of war, since it forced ordinary households to bear the expense of feeding and housing soldiers. In Dover, soldiers grew so unruly that they threatened the mayor and plundered the countryside, despite orders from the Privy Council to keep them supplied with food and wages. By the time of the Cadiz expedition in 1625, the government was investigating the failings of impressment itself. Officers like Captain Edward Lee in Devon gathered testimony showing how corrupt and chaotic the system had become. Men were badly clothed, with poor shoes and stockings, and many bribed their way out of service or used forged passes to escape. Some offered gold or even pawned their possessions to avoid marching abroad. London companies in particular were notorious for seizing unsuspecting visitors and forcing them into service. All of this placed enormous strain on royal finances. By 1627, the exchequer was drained, and even fines from recusants had to be diverted to pay soldiers' wages. Communities across Essex, Harwich, and beyond were forced not only to billet soldiers, but also to raise money for their upkeep. This brought home the very grievance voiced decades earlier, that England's people were being drained by continental wars, their homes filled with armed strangers, and their resources consumed in a conflict that many saw as far removed from the true defense of the realm. Like other counties, Essex struggled with the burden of billeting troops, lacking both the resources and the infrastructure to house soldiers among a civilian population. Smaller towns, such as Witham, were less able to manage this responsibility than larger urban centers, yet still found themselves forced to host armed men. Tensions rose in March 1628, when Irish infantrymen who had fought with distinction at the Isle of Ré were quartered in Witham. These troops, commanded by Colonel Pierce Crosby, Captain Ross Carey, and Sergeant Major Esmonds, were dispersed among private homes, still fully armed but reliant on the town for food and lodging. The arrangement proved explosive. On St. Patrick's Day, local boys mocked the Irishmen by pinning red crosses, the symbol of St. George, England's patron saint, on a dog and the town's whipping post. Outraged, the Irish soldiers armed themselves and marched through the streets, threatening residents. Their captain eventually regained control, but as the soldiers paraded, a musket shot rang out, wounding Carey. The situation nearly descended into chaos, with talk of punishing the constable and seizing quarters by force, before higher authorities removed the Irish from the town. Disorders like this in Witham, Surrey, Oxfordshire, and elsewhere fueled wider political disputes. For critics in Parliament, such as Sir John Eliot, billeting symbolized more than local resentment. It represented the violation of liberty and the corruption of law under the Stuart monarchy. Communities already strained by coat and conduct money, forced loans, and arbitrary imprisonment now faced the additional humiliation of housing unwanted soldiers. Towns like Marlborough complained of hundreds of pounds drained by billeting costs, while southern ports such as Plymouth and Portsmouth were overwhelmed with sick and wounded veterans returning from failed expeditions. Among those billeted was Lieutenant John Felton, embittered by arrears in pay and the government's neglect of its soldiers. His frustrations, shared by many, eventually culminated in his dramatic assassination of the Duke of Buckingham in 1628. Across England, soldiers disrupted communities, sometimes provoking trained bands to be called out against them. Counties like Surrey openly protested that the combined weight of taxes, loans, and billeting was simply unbearable. As the Bishops' Wars of 1639–40 brought new waves of conscripts marching across the countryside, complaints grew sharper. Poorly clothed and hungry men rioted against their officers, while towns along their routes were forced to provide shelter and food. By 1640, the same grievances voiced in the 1620s, impressment, billeting, and forced military charges, were being repeated almost word for word. Rochester, for example, warned that billeted soldiers threatened to overwhelm the town, already filled with sailors and naval workers. Parliament seized on these discontents. In early 1642, the Impressment Act finally defined military obligation in law. It restricted service outside one's county, unless in the case of sudden invasion, punished bribery in recruitment, and redirected fines to local support for maimed soldiers. More importantly, it stripped the Lords Lieutenant of their authority to impress men, shifting power toward local magistrates whose loyalties lay closer to the people than the crown. Within weeks, Parliament also claimed command of the trained bands of England and Wales. What had once been a royal instrument of defense under the Tudors was now seen as a weapon of tyranny under the Stuarts, and control of it marked a turning point in the breakdown between monarch and Parliament. On Easter Sunday, the 14th of April, 1560, English cannons roared against the walls of Leith. Terror spread quickly, as it so often did during a siege. That same day, a chilling scene unfolded when French soldiers, disguised as women, slipped out of the town, captured an English scout, and after interrogation, cut off his head and placed it on the steeple for all to see. The following morning, a sudden French sortie of 500 musketeers and 50 horsemen caught the besiegers off guard, raiding their trenches with brutal efficiency. But despite such strikes, the French position was steadily collapsing. By early May, English guns were repositioned under the cover of night, blasting the southern fortifications and destroying the mills that ground Leith's grain. With food supplies dwindling and casualties mounting, the defenders grew weaker by the day. On the night of 6th to 7th May, the English prepared a daring night assault. More than 3,000 men were to storm the breach, supported by 500 sea-borne Marines entering the harbor, while Scottish allies attacked from the west. Yet the plan unraveled. The walls held stronger than expected, the scaling ladders were too short, and French engineers had flooded the ditches with water. Under withering fire from the bastions, the attackers fell back with heavy losses. Around 200 Englishmen were killed, and morale collapsed. Conditions worsened as weeks dragged on. Supplies ran short, soldiers lay wounded in the streets without shelter, and pay was scarce. French sallies continued through May and June, but no reinforcements arrived from the continent. Finally, with both sides exhausted, negotiations opened in Edinburgh. The French agreed to withdraw their garrison, around 4,000 men, sparing Elizabeth the threat of a French beachhead so close to England. The irony was clear. A failed assault had produced a strategic victory. Unlike Somerset's well-supplied but fruitless campaign in 1547, Elizabeth's underprepared and poorly managed expedition ended with England's security preserved. Yet the siege exposed the recurring flaws of Tudor warfare: unreliable supplies, lack of trained officers, weak engineering, and muddled command decisions. Even so, English troops had shown flashes of tactical ingenuity, laying ambushes and countering French sallies effectively. In the end, what saved the day was not English strength, but French weakness. Starved of provisions and left without reinforcements, the enemy accepted peace. Elizabeth had secured her realm through a mix of arms, negotiation, and providence. But the bitter lessons of Leith would stay with her, ensuring she never left the business of war entirely to her generals again. The French presence at Leith placed immense strain on local resources. They consumed vast amounts of food, often supplied by sympathetic merchants, while hostile Scots drove off cattle and hid their grain. What remained became extremely costly, and with the English fleet occupied elsewhere, provisions could not be shipped cheaply from Berwick. The besieging army had little choice but to rely on scarce, expensive local supplies. Soldiers, under strict orders not to plunder, lest they alienate their Scottish allies, felt the pinch of inadequate pay more keenly. Sir Ralph Sadler complained bitterly that his own expenses were draining him, warning Cecil that without swift funds and victuals, the Queen's cause would collapse. By spring, Elizabeth's government already owed more than £12,000 in Scotland, and the troops, unpaid, grew restless. Treasurer Valentine Brown's records reveal how lean Elizabeth's campaign truly was compared to earlier Tudor wars. Roughly £133,000 passed through the exchequer to fund it, but much of it came in small coin, pennies and testons, making transport painfully slow and difficult. Brown himself was forced to bring wages by sea, arriving at the camp with carts full of coin at the end of April. Organization was beginning to take on a more modern look, with companies of 1 to 500 men raised from across England, though many of the infantry were poorly armed, some not at all, and often doubled as pioneers. Elizabeth's mistrust of professional soldiers hurt her strategy. William Cecil, in drawing up the initial invasion plan, underestimated the number of siege guns required. With too few cannon dragged through the muddy northern roads, the English lacked the firepower to break Leith's walls. The fleet, which might have bombarded the town from the sea, was underused. As a result, the failed assault of May cost hundreds of lives. By then, the original force of 9,000 had dwindled to perhaps 6,000, far short of the 20,000 likely needed to reduce Leith. Poor planning, bad equipment, and weak leadership all played their part. The French garrison, though small, held firm behind outdated fortifications that still managed to resist the underpowered English artillery. Command disagreements worsened the situation. Lord Grey ordered the assault without properly mustering his men or inspecting the breach, ignoring his officers' advice. When the attack failed, recriminations flew between Grey and the Duke of Norfolk, with blame pushed onto others like Sir James Croft. Elizabeth, watching her generals quarrel while money drained away, grew convinced she must keep a close eye on military affairs herself. The episode highlighted the massive costs of war, the logistical challenges of moving cannon, carriages, and provisions, and the danger of entrusting command to bickering nobles. Her soldiers were poorly trained and armed with outdated weapons, bows, bills, and sheaf arrows, when modern siegecraft demanded artillery and discipline. These lessons lingered long after the siege. Later, during the Northern Rebellion of 1569, Elizabeth again turned to trusted nobles to raise forces. She appointed the Earl of Sussex, Lord Clinton, and her cousin Henry Carey, Baron Hunsdon, to lead her royal army. Sussex, linked by blood to some of the conspirators, had to prove his loyalty in action, while Hunsdon, Anne Boleyn's nephew, represented the Queen's personal trust. Their appointment sent a clear message. Divided northern houses could not stand united against the crown. Elizabeth would wield both dynastic loyalty and military force to defend her throne. The difficulty of putting down the Northern Rebellion in 1569 can be seen in the muster rolls taken that very summer. Ironically, the men responsible for supervising the musters in Yorkshire were the Earls of Northumberland, Westmoreland, and Sussex. Within months, Sussex would be marching against the very men who had overseen the same levies. In districts where Sussex and Northumberland jointly held authority, ordinary villagers suddenly found their loyalties divided. Some even claimed that the rebel earls had used those summer musters to scope out arms and manpower, later intercepting militia on their way to York and forcing them to serve, or else stripping them of weapons and money. In effect, the government's official records no longer reflected what men and arms were truly available to the crown. When news reached Sussex on the 12th of November that the rebel earls had armed their followers and were heading to Durham to openly celebrate Mass, he wasted no time. As the Queen's lieutenant in the north, he called on the local gentry to raise horsemen and foot soldiers, archers, pikemen, and harquebusiers, amounting to 2,500 infantry and as many cavalry as could be found. But response was slow. Sussex admitted that recruitment was slack, and the men who did turn up were ill-armed and poorly equipped. Horses were scarce, and without a strong, mobile force, he knew he risked being overrun by the rebels' cavalry. Money, too, was in short supply, forcing Treasurer Valentine Brown to advance his own funds just to keep the mobilization alive. Reports suggested the rebels had gathered as many as 6,000 or 7,000 men, with over 1,000 horse, while Sussex could barely count on 3,000 infantry, and fewer than 300 horse. Some loyal nobles rallied quickly to the crown. Lord Darcy, for example, mustered hundreds of footmen and horse from his tenants, even equipping some at his own expense. Yet many of these men lacked both armor and wages, and only their loyalty and their landlord's credit kept them in the field. Recruitment was messy and inconsistent. The same Yorkshiremen who had been inspected in the summer were now being summoned by both sides, often in the Queen's name, and many only chose their allegiance under pressure from local lords and family ties. While Sussex tried to hold the line in the north, Elizabeth's ministers raised a much larger force further south. Careful to prevent rebellion from spreading, they mobilized thousands from Kent, Sussex, Surrey, Middlesex, and beyond. In theory, as many as 20,000 infantry and 2,500 horse were organized into companies under trusted captains, with the Earl of Warwick and Lord Admiral Clinton given overall command. The message was clear. The full weight of the South stood ready to crush the rebellion if necessary. Even so, Sussex knew what his small, ill-armed force lacked. He warned that his men were no match for the rebels' cavalry, outnumbered 4-1. What he needed was not more raw recruits, but properly armed soldiers, 500 pikemen in armor to hold the line, and 500 harquebusiers to deliver volleys that would shatter the rebel horse before a decisive charge. He preferred a smaller, disciplined body, with the right weapons to an unwieldy mob of untrained men. But Elizabeth's government, wary of cost and slow to provide, did not give him what he needed. By late November 1569, Sussex had managed to strengthen his infantry numbers, estimating that around 4,000 foot soldiers would soon be ready under his command. Meanwhile, the rebels had divided their forces. One group marched on Barnard Castle, while another seized Hartlepool, hoping it could serve as a landing point for the Spanish aid they wrongly believed was on its way. Rumors swirled from the continent that the Duke of Alba might send troops and supplies, which helps explain why Elizabeth's government was determined to build up an army of considerable size. Reinforcements, harquebusiers, and mounted pistoliers were eventually raised in the south, along with more than £27,000 collected in London to fund the campaign. But this support trickled northward too slowly to give Sussex immediate relief. Both sides understood that control of resources in Durham was critical. The rebels sought to redirect church revenues and ordered tenants of the recently deposed bishop to deliver their rents into the rebel treasury. Meanwhile, Cecil and the Queen ensured that clerical arms and armor, especially those belonging to mounted retainers, remained loyal to the crown. Religion was a powerful motivator, particularly in the north, where Catholic sentiment was still strong. Yet Sussex and Elizabeth worked to strip away the rebels' moral standing, reminding people that the earls had lived corrupt lives and only cloaked themselves in popish holiness when desperation drove them to rebellion. For Elizabeth, their greatest crime was not simply treason, but the shattering of the Queen's peace, which had brought more than a decade of stability. By dragging their neighbors into open war, raiding homes, fortifying churches, and provoking the threat of foreign invasion, the earls had endangered the very blessings of peace and order. Elizabeth framed the conflict not as a matter of doctrine, but as a choice between rebellion and stability. She positioned herself as the guardian of peace, insisting that war was always her last resort, and condemned the rebels for jeopardizing both domestic harmony and national security. Loyal voices echoed this message. Thomas Norton, a Cambridge scholar, chastised the poor deceived subjects of the North for disgracing the name of Englishmen by disturbing the kingdom's peace like foreign enemies. He pointed out that the region had never known such order. free from the endemic violence that had long plagued the borders, and urged people to recognize that their rebellion only interrupted God's blessing of peace. Yet, as some observers grimly noted, loyalties within families were split. Fathers fought on one side, sons on the other, brothers divided between crown and rebels. It was a preview of the kind of divided loyalties that would later characterize the civil wars of the 17th century. By late November, the difficulties of war were all too clear. Sussex complained that money, weapons, and supplies promised from the south had not arrived, leaving his forces dangerously short. Both armies, instead of holding firm positions and preparing for a decisive clash, spent much of their time scouring the countryside for provisions, pressing reluctant locals for support, and grumbling over unpaid wages. Many soldiers openly lamented that without proper pay, they would rather desert than fight. The shortcomings of the royal forces were obvious. Much of their weaponry still belonged to an earlier age. Thousands carried bills and bows, while only a fraction bore pikes or firearms. Supplying one army was hard enough, but the Crown now had to maintain Sussex's northern troops, reinforce the garrison at Barnard Castle, feed the border strongholds, and equip the great southern host that was slowly marching north. Yet this southern force, though less swayed by Catholic sympathies, was poorly trained and badly armed. Firearms in particular were in short supply, and commanders hesitated to commit their men until at least some training and equipment had been secured. The rebel earls faced the opposite problem. They could raise men through feudal loyalty and religious zeal, but they had no system to pay or sustain them. Attempts to seize church rents or demand levies from villages brought little result. Desertion soon set in, with groups of men slipping away each night, declaring they would rather hang at home than starve in rebel service. Their strategic blunder was allowing Sir George Bowes, a loyalist, to hold Barnard Castle. What began as a simple effort to protect his family estate became one of the turning points of the Rising. Bowes quickly drew in his tenants and allies, assembling a small but determined garrison of horsemen and infantry. Poorly supplied and lacking proper armor, they nonetheless defied the rebels long enough to buy the crown precious time. The rebel earls could not ignore Barnard Castle. Lacking real artillery, they resorted to blockade, starving out the defenders. Food ran so low that men began slipping over the walls at night, some breaking bones or dying in the attempt. Eventually, mutiny inside the castle forced Bowes to surrender, though he marched out with his weapons and honor intact. Yet this apparent victory came too late. The Southern army was pressing north, and Sir John Forster, leading 1,000 horse, hounded the rebels as they retreated. After a final skirmish, the earls abandoned their infantry and fled across the border into Scotland. Their rebellion, starved of supplies and support, collapsed as swiftly as it had begun. By the close of 1569, Elizabeth faced the heavy burden of sustaining armies far beyond her financial reach. The royal host had swollen to around 11,000 infantry and 1,200 cavalry, costing nearly £14,500 a month just for wages. Once expenses for officers, transport, and provisions were added, the total rose to over £21,000. Yet less than half had been paid, and each day of delay added another crippling cost. Such a force might have been necessary had the rebellion spread further, if Norfolk had risen in support, if the earls had drawn out all their tenants, if neighboring counties had joined them, or if Lord Dacre had coordinated with the insurgents. But none of this came to pass. Dacre, returning to Cumberland in early 1570 after being delayed in London, mounted the only serious challenge left to Elizabeth's forces. From Barnard Castle, the fighting shifted to Naworth, Dacre's stronghold. In February, Lord Hunsdon led loyal troops through the night towards the castle, only to find the hills ablaze with warning beacons and enemy soldiers shouting defiantly from the heights. Dacre had fortified his position well, and Hunsdon judged it too risky to attack. Retreating towards Carlisle, he was pursued for miles until the rebels launched a furious charge against his rearguard. But Hunsdon's cavalry countered with discipline and ferocity, cutting down hundreds of Dacre's men and scattering the rest. The rebellion also exposed the weakness of England's militia system. Though bodies of men were raised, few carried modern arms, and recruitment still relied heavily on local prestige and noble authority. Stores of weapons were scarce, victuals were unreliable, and transport in the north remained a constant challenge. Yet even amid shortages and slow mobilization, Elizabeth's commanders displayed flashes of tactical skill. Hunsdon's decision to withdraw in good order from a dangerous position and then to steady his men before launching a bold counterattack showed the qualities that often gave English arms their edge. Financing the war, however, revealed the old improvisations of Tudor government. Loans from merchants, personal advances from officials, and emergency levies patched the gaps while proper treasury funds lagged behind. Still, the unrest in the north, combined with the assassination of the Scottish Regent Murray in January 1570, forced Elizabeth's hand once again. Reinforcements were summoned from the southern counties. Companies of harquebusiers and pikemen pressed into service, even light horse provided by clergy and gentlemen. By April, Sussex and Hunsdon were leading punitive raids across the border, burning villages and slighting castles to break Catholic resistance. These operations set the stage for later campaigns, most famously the English siege of Edinburgh Castle in 1573. There, allied with Scottish Protestants, Elizabeth's men brought heavy artillery by sea, dug mines beneath the fortifications, and constructed platforms for coordinated cannon fire. Under the guidance of experienced engineers, the English batteries opened a devastating bombardment that finally broke the Castilian defenders. It was a reminder that, despite financial strain and lingering medieval habits, Tudor England could still muster the discipline, firepower, and engineering skill to shape the fate of kingdoms. The collapse of David's Tower and the dwindling gunpowder inside Edinburgh Castle finally convinced the defenders that their walls could not withstand the 24 cannons pounding them day after day. Unlike the drawn-out siege of Leith 13 years earlier, Sir William Drury chose speed and decisive action. He combined mining, bombardment, diversionary tactics, and a direct assault. On 26th May, his men stormed and captured the castle's spur, aided by a feint against the rear. 2 days later, on 28th May 1573, the garrison surrendered. The campaigns of 1560 and 1569–70, together with the disastrous failure at Le Havre in 1562–63, taught Elizabeth of her hard lessons about the limits of English military power. From these experiences came reforms in the 1570s, the creation of trained bands, and more professional organization. Yet old traditions lingered. Even as cannons proved their worth, many still placed their faith in the longbow. The Earl of Huntingdon, overseeing the north while Edinburgh Castle was under bombardment, even requested 500 bows for Yorkshire troops. It was clear that defense and offense were inseparable, and that lessons in siegecraft and logistics were shaping England's military future. Despite Elizabeth's caution, England could not remain detached from the wars of religion on the continent. After the humiliation at Le Havre, she avoided major entanglements for nearly a decade. But by 1572, with Protestant allies in need, England intervened again, this time in the Netherlands. At Greenwich that spring, 300 pikemen assembled before the Queen herself, among them a young soldier named Roger Williams. Within months, 50 of these men would fall in action near Flushing. Though inexperienced, the English showed spirit. Under Captain Thomas Morgan, they marched out to destroy an enemy earthwork positioned between Flushing and Middelburg. Spanish troops, supported by 400 harquebusiers, tried to spring a trap. Yet Morgan's men held their ground long enough for their Dutch allies to retreat safely, inflicting heavy losses in the process. Far from being cowed, the English asked to fight again the next day. With colors flying, they took position on a bridge, supported by cavalry on the causeway and infantry on either flank. When the Spanish tercios charged, the Protestants held firm. Muskets cracked on both sides, volleys raked the field, and Morgan finally ordered a push of pike. The charge stalled the Spanish advance and forced them back. Their commander, unsure of his losses, chose to withdraw rather than risk another assault. The English even managed to rescue their captured standard in the melee. The fight lasted 2 hours, and though the Protestants lost around 100 men, half of them English, they had stood toe-to-toe with Spain's feared tercios and bloodied them with some 400 casualties. For Elizabeth's soldiers, it was a baptism of fire, and for the Crown, a reminder that its warriors could still show courage, discipline, and determination even in the most dangerous of encounters. By 1572, it had been nearly 30 years since England had last fought a major battle in the field. On that basis alone, one might have expected the performance of Elizabeth's soldiers to be poor, especially as Sir Roger Williams himself admitted that English military skill had badly declined. Yet the men under Captain Thomas Morgan were not raw recruits dragged from distant shires. Most had been raised in London, and many of their officers already had combat experience in Scotland, Ireland, and France. They were seasoned soldiers, professionals who had fought abroad, and then brought their knowledge back to England. By the late 1590s, many of these same veterans would write petitions describing their long careers, revealing the existence of a cadre of English mercenaries ready to train militias or lead expeditions whenever the Crown required. These operations set the stage for later campaigns, most famously the English siege of Edinburgh Castle in 1573. There, allied with Scottish Protestants, Elizabeth's men brought heavy artillery by sea, dug mines beneath the fortifications, and constructed platforms for coordinated cannon fire. Under the guidance of experienced engineers, the English batteries opened a devastating bombardment that finally broke the Castilian defenders. It was a reminder that, despite financial strain and lingering medieval habits, Tudor England could still muster the discipline, firepower, and engineering skill to shape the fate of kingdoms. The collapse of David's Tower and the dwindling gunpowder inside Edinburgh Castle finally convinced the defenders that their walls could not withstand the 24 cannons pounding them day after day. Unlike the drawn-out siege of Leith 13 years earlier, Sir William Drury chose speed and decisive action. He combined mining, bombardment, diversionary tactics, and a direct assault. On 26th May, his men stormed and captured the castle's spur, aided by a feint against the rear. 2 days later, on 28th May, 1573, the garrison surrendered. The campaigns of 1560 and 1569–70, together with the disastrous failure at Le Havre in 1562–63, taught Elizabeth the hard lessons about the limits of English military power. From these experiences came reforms in the 1570s, the creation of trained bands, and more professional organization. Yet old traditions lingered. Even as cannons proved their worth, many still placed their faith in the longbow. The Earl of Huntingdon, overseeing the north while Edinburgh Castle was under bombardment, even requested 500 bows for Yorkshire troops. It was clear that defense and offense were inseparable, and that lessons in siegecraft and logistics were shaping England's military future. Despite Elizabeth's caution, England could not remain detached from the wars of religion on the continent. After the humiliation at Le Havre, she avoided major entanglements for nearly a decade. But by 1572, with Protestant allies in need, England intervened again, this time in the Netherlands. At Greenwich that spring, 300 pikemen assembled before the Queen herself, among them a young soldier named Roger Williams. Within months, 50 of these men would fall in action near Flushing. Though inexperienced, the English showed spirit. Under Captain Thomas Morgan, they marched out to destroy an enemy earthwork positioned between Flushing and Middelburg. Spanish troops, supported by 400 harquebusiers, tried to spring a trap. Yet Morgan's men held their ground long enough for their Dutch allies to retreat safely, inflicting heavy losses in the process. Far from being cowed, the English asked to fight again the next day. With colors flying, they took position on a bridge, supported by cavalry on the causeway and infantry on either flank. When the Spanish tercios charged, the Protestants held firm. Muskets cracked on both sides, volleys raked the field, and Morgan finally ordered a push of pike. The charge stalled the Spanish advance and forced them back. Their commander, unsure of his losses, chose to withdraw rather than risk another assault. The English even managed to rescue their captured standard in the melee. The fight lasted 2 hours, and though the Protestants lost around 100 men, half of them English, they had stood toe-to-toe with Spain's feared tercios and bloodied them with some 400 casualties. For Elizabeth's soldiers, it was a baptism of fire, and for the Crown, a reminder that its warriors could still show courage, discipline, and determination even in the most dangerous of encounters. By 1572, it had been nearly 30 years since England had last fought a major battle in the field. On that basis alone, one might have expected the performance of Elizabeth's soldiers to be poor, especially as Sir Roger Williams himself admitted that English military skill had badly declined. Yet the men under Captain Thomas Morgan were not raw recruits dragged from distant shires. Most had been raised in London, and many of their officers already had combat experience in Scotland, Ireland, and France. They were seasoned soldiers, professionals who had fought abroad, and then brought their knowledge back to England. By the late 1590s, many of these same veterans would write petitions describing their long careers, revealing the existence of a cadre of English mercenaries ready to train militias or lead expeditions whenever the Crown required. Not long after Morgan, Sir Humphrey Gilbert arrived with 1,500 more troops. His first operation, an attempt to capture the town of Sluys, ended in embarrassment. Poorly planned ambushes and deceptive negotiations by the Spanish governor stalled the Protestant assault long enough for the Duke of Alba to rush reinforcements. Though not a total disaster, it exposed the difficulties of waging war in the Low Countries. Soon after, 2 attempts to besiege the town of Goes ended in greater humiliation. At the first siege, a premature gun volley spoiled an ambush and allowed the Spanish garrison to escape. At the second, in August 1572, the besiegers seemed to have the upper hand until the Spanish performed an extraordinary feat. 3,000 men marched 8 miles through chest-deep water to reach the island and relieve the town. The English, stunned by this audacious maneuver, broke ranks in panic, and many were cut down. Among those present was Sir Roger Williams, who learned the hard lesson that to defeat the Spanish tercios, one had to master their own art of war, a lesson that later inspired him to fight alongside them to study their methods. The following years brought more setbacks. English companies surrendered at Valkenburg in 1574, while others were scattered at Gouda and Elphin, with colors captured and reputations tarnished. Contemporary critics accused men like Captains Chester and Gainsford of disgrace. Yet modern historians argue that these defeats were exaggerated. In fact, Gainsford's men later helped in the heroic defense of Leiden. By 1578, however, things began to change. John Norris, accompanied by his brothers and other young English nobles, such as John North and Henry Cavendish, led fresh contingents to the Netherlands. On the 1st of August that year, they faced the seasoned Spanish tercios under Don Juan of Austria at the Battle of Rimenam. The Spaniards launched a full assault on the Protestant trenches, hoping to draw the defenders into the open. But the English stood their ground. They held firm under pressure, fighting in disciplined formation alongside their Dutch and French allies. When the Spanish attack collapsed, the rebels had scored an important strategic victory. Though less famous than Spain's earlier triumph at Gembloux, Rimenam was arguably more decisive, ensuring the survival of the rebel cause. For the English, it marked a turning point. Proof that with discipline, courage, and cooperation, they could match Europe's best soldiers in the field. Between 1579 and 1581, English troops played an increasingly active role in the Low Countries. At first, they supported the state's cause in Flanders, moving quickly across the region with cavalry raids and guerrilla-style tactics reminiscent of John Norris's earlier campaigns in Ireland. When the rebel leader, Count Rennenberg, betrayed the Protestant cause in the northern Netherlands, the English shifted northward to check his advance. This was a war of sieges and sudden strikes, and in August 1581, Norris's regiment, backed by Captain Thomas Morgan's men, stood firm in a desperate defense outside the gates of Ghent. Yet the politics of alliance were messy. The arrival of the French prince, the Duke of Anjou, in early 1582, drew some English captains into his circle, fracturing the unity of command. Personal loyalties mattered more than strategy, and soldiers often chose to serve under familiar leaders such as Norris, Morgan, or Sir Roger Williams. Patronage networks dictated enlistment, and as a result, cooperation among the English companies suffered. This problem only deepened when the Earl of Leicester entered the war in 1585. For Elizabeth, supporting the Dutch revolt was never simply about ideology. She sympathized with fellow Protestants, but was always wary of being dragged into costly continental wars. The alliance she signed in 1585 reflected that caution. She promised 5,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, stationed in Holland under Sir John Norris, and in return took possession of Brill, Flushing, and Ramekins Fort as cautionary towns. These garrisons served as collateral, ensuring that England's investment would not vanish into thin air. To Elizabeth, this was more a defensive insurance policy than an open-ended war commitment. But once her forces were in the field, events slipped beyond her control. Leicester, despite his closeness to the Queen, allowed himself to be persuaded into taking the title of Governor and Captain General of the States, something Elizabeth had never intended. She constantly tried to rein in her commanders, insisting that the English role remain defensive and affordable. In private letters, she praised their courage, but scolded them for reckless assaults on positions she considered impossible to take. War, as she discovered, had a momentum of its own, demanding resources and risks far beyond what she wished. Leicester himself lacked military experience, but he was wise enough to bring capable men with him. John Norris proved a skilled colonel-general, though Leicester distrusted him. Sir William Russell emerged as an aggressive and effective cavalry commander, and William Pelham, along with Count Hohenlohe, provided steadier leadership. Against the Spaniards, the most disciplined army in Europe, the English rank and file could not match training, but they often compensated with determination and daring. Their first major test came in May 1586, when Lord Willoughby, Peregrine Bertie, led just 200 horse and 400 foot against a much larger Spanish force. Against the odds, his men ambushed and destroyed an enemy supply convoy, proving that even small English detachments could inflict serious damage on the mighty army of Flanders. Not long after their early successes, the English launched another bold strike. A force of 3,000 under Lord Willoughby and Sir Philip Sidney stormed the town of Axel. Several dozen soldiers swam the moat, scaled the walls, and forced open the gates. Sidney, riding at the head of the column, entered the streets where the Spanish defenders stood in confusion. Fighting broke out house by house, and around 600 enemy were killed before resistance collapsed. These daring assaults showed that by the mid-1580s, the English were neither timid nor passive. They moved quickly, struck hard, and often faced larger forces without hesitation. Yet morale was fragile. Leicester himself admitted that hunger was driving men to desert. In just 2 days, 500 had fled, with some even defecting to the Spanish. Others were caught trying to reach the coast and sail home. Leicester hanged a number of them as an example, complaining that the sight of ragged veterans had so shaken the new recruits that they looked like dead men before battle. Determined to restore their reputation in siege warfare, the English turned their attention to Doesburg in 1586. Within days, their artillery had blasted 2 breaches in the walls, one assigned to Norris's English and the other to Hohenlohe's Dutch. But before either side could prove themselves in the assault, the governor surrendered, preferring submission to slaughter. The scene recalled earlier Tudor wars in France, complete with displays of martial pride, heavy gunnery, and quick capitulation. Sir Roger Williams epitomized this flamboyant spirit, striding through the trenches in gilded armor with plumes flying, gestures of bravado that would soon have tragic consequence. Further south, Grave became the focus of attention. Controlling traffic on the River Maas, the town was held by a Protestant garrison of 800. In March 1586, Leicester, short of money and manpower, nonetheless marched to its aid. He dispatched over 1,000 cavalry and 2,000 infantry, slipping supplies and 300 reinforcements into the town. Near Mill Fort, 4 miles out, the English dug makeshift defenses. At dawn, 3,000 Spaniards stormed their earthworks, driving them back, until a fresh English counterattack surged forward, throwing the tercios into retreat. 7 captains and some 500 Spanish soldiers were killed, 1 cannon was captured, and though English losses were fewer than 150, both Sir John Norris and Sir John Berg were wounded. For a moment it looked as though Leicester had turned the tide. More strongholds fell to Allied assaults, and by mid-April the siege was lifted and Grave resupplied. But Parma, master of speed and surprise, swept back in May with 12,000 foot and 4,000 horse. After only 3 hours of bombardment and the mere show of an assault, the garrison surrendered. It was a stunning psychological victory, achieved with little cost, and it undid much of the Allies' earlier progress. By September, the war of maneuver had shifted towards Zutphen. Leicester entrenched his men around the Spanish-held town, but Parma prepared a supply convoy to slip through under cover of fog. Alerted, Leicester sent a small detachment, about 200 heavy horse and 300 infantry, to intercept. When the mist briefly lifted, the two sides glimpsed each other. The Spanish opened fire, and the English cavalry charged headlong without waiting for support. Outnumbered several times over by thousands of enemy troops, they still hurled themselves at the convoy. Fired by tales of England's medieval glory and caught in the rush of battle, they fought with reckless courage, setting the stage for one of the most dramatic clashes of the campaign. The enemy appeared suddenly, their lines bristling with 2,000 muskets and arquebuses and 1,000 pikes positioned strongly along the road. The English soldiers endured the full blast of their gunfire, pressed through the storm, and charged headlong into the foremost squadrons of enemy cavalry. With fierce determination, they drove them back over their own trenches and into the shelter of their pikemen. The Italians, among them skilled cavalry leaders, were cut down in the chaos. Annibal Gonzaga was slain by a sword cut to the head, while the Marquis del Vasto narrowly escaped the same fate when English horsemen broke through and nearly struck him down in the middle of his retinue. Though wounded, he managed to retreat to his infantry, as did the rest of the Catholic cavalry. The English, charging in close formation rather than in a wild rush, pushed straight through heavy fire, smashing into the ranks of Spanish arquebusiers and scattering them. In the confusion, they may have allowed a few wagons to reach Zutphen, but the damage was already done. The enemy lost some 250 men, while the English counted just 34 fallen. Leicester praised their bravery, but bravery came at a high cost. Sir Philip Sidney, who had thrown himself into the fight without full armor, was struck in the thigh by a musket ball. The wound proved fatal, and his death became one of the most famous tragedies of the campaign. Reckless courage wasn't unique to the English. Even careful commanders such as Parma and great princes like Henry IV exposed themselves to needless danger. Yet for the ordinary English soldier, the battle was only one part of the struggle. They found themselves caught between competing powers, their captains, who often withheld pay or advanced wages from their own purses, their Dutch and French allies, who were responsible for lodging, food, and sometimes pay, but frequently failed to deliver, and the Crown itself, which sent clothing and wages late, leaving loyal men destitute. Promises of support were often broken, and soldiers wasted away, neglected by the very interests they fought to protect. In the end, the common soldier remained essential to Elizabeth's wars, even if he was undervalued. Muster rolls, inspections, and endless accounting became the foundation of military planning, for strategy could only be decided once leaders knew how many fighting men they truly had. Whether one calls it a military revolution or not, victory in the endless wars of the late 16th century depended less on grand gestures than on the hard truth of resources, and on the endurance of the weary foot soldier who too often carried the burden with little reward. Henry IV often reminded Elizabeth that the size of an army dictated its strategy. The Queen accepted this truth, but grew uneasy with how the King of Navarre used her soldiers. She sometimes doubted his judgment and resented what she saw as careless treatment of her men. Elizabeth was never shy about critiquing his maneuvers, just as she corrected her own commanders, and political arguments soon weighed as heavily as military logic. Raising troops demanded not only money, but also authority and legitimacy to sustain them. On this front, Elizabeth had an edge. She ruled a united kingdom with a representative assembly that could help her finance war, and she kept a close eye on her forces abroad. Letters from Whitehall revealed that she even tried to influence decisions made on the battlefield. Her sharpest complaints were often about Navarre's handling of English contingents. Henry lacked the financial strength and political consensus of a settled monarchy. England's other Protestant ally, the Dutch estates, had resources on paper, but to release them required slow, painstaking negotiation. Representative assemblies gave confidence to lenders, but the Dutch process, committees, readings, endless debates, tested everyone's patience. Elizabeth's envoys fumed that what had once been a monarchy had turned into democracy, or rather anarchy, with too many voices competing for command. Thus, Elizabeth found herself in alliance with a cash-strapped king on one side and an exasperating bureaucracy on the other, while trying to keep her own troops in the field supplied. Mustering men became not only a logistical headache, but also a political struggle. Accurate muster rolls in the Netherlands were as elusive as in Ireland. Treaties set terms for pay and supplies, but arrears piled up, and shortages of food and equipment dogged the Allied armies. The Queen was often blamed. Sir Philip Sidney once remarked that if she failed to pay her soldiers, she would lose her garrisons. The reality was more complex. Lord Berg's campaign in August 1591 showed the problem clearly. Desperate for funds, he arranged to send money across the river wall with a trusted officer from Brill. The man never arrived. Berg suspected he had been killed for the money on the way. Historians have sometimes laid the chaos at the door of Dutch finance, or accused Leicester's circle of corruption. Certainly, the system was riddled with loopholes. Dead pay, wages claimed for men not actually present, padded accounts, while officers and treasurers sometimes diverted money for their own use. The treasurer at war took a percentage of all funds he distributed, giving him no incentive to check the accuracy of troop lists. The mustermaster, charged with ensuring real numbers matched the records, faced resistance and even danger. Thomas Digges, who held the post on and off from 1586 to 1594, tried to impose order with his mathematical and administrative skills. He saved money for the crown and exposed fraud, but earned so many enemies that his office was abolished in 1588. His brother James later tried to do the same and was dismissed for similar reasons. Fraudulent rolls and padded accounts protected captains' profits and lined the pockets of victuallers and treasurers. Honest checks threatened the entire system. As a result, arrears became the norm, and soldiers often survived only through loans arranged by captains, burghers, or merchants. Musters were held only when pay arrived, which meant inspections were rare, and strategy was built on unreliable numbers. Allied commitments to field certain forces depended on these same records, so both English and Dutch commissaries were supposed to oversee the process together. The Dutch, with characteristic orderliness, preferred to confine the English garrison inside a church so every company could be reviewed at once. At Flushing, however, English commissary Sidney protested. He insisted that at least 2 companies remain on the walls, warning Whitehall that it was dangerous for the states to be able to lock away English soldiers as if in a cupboard. Tensions between the English garrisons and their Dutch hosts often spilled over into disputes. On one occasion, a Dutch governor pressed for troop numbers, but the English captains flatly refused to provide the details, leaving the muster rolls untouched. When Commissary Coningsby's deputy, Adrian Points, tried to conduct a proper count, he found himself in an unenviable position, squeezed into a narrow trench under enemy fire while attempting to tally soldiers. The captains, who preferred being paid by company rather than by head, watched with amusement as he struggled to take his muster amid musket shots and squalor. Fraud was hardly new. Captains often padded their lists by hiring men for a single day to pose as soldiers, then sending them away once the muster was done. New orders issued in December 1590 tried to curb such practices. These required commissaries, English and Dutch together, to announce inspections the night before, compel captains to present their men by 7 in the morning, and cross-check the rolls against earlier records. Any captain who refused to muster his company was dismissed. Corporals could even be sworn in to expose fraud, and those caught sneaking peddlers, laborers, or vagrants into the ranks risked hanging under martial law. Each muster was supposed to produce an accurate, signed roll for the treasurer to adjust pay accordingly, with the Privy Council demanding weekly returns to Thomas Bodley, Elizabeth's man overseeing the troops abroad. By December 1591, Bodley was ordered to deal with the glaring weaknesses of English units slated for transfer to France. His task was not only to strengthen the companies, but also to rein in the long-standing abuses of English captains. He cleverly leaned on the Dutch Council of State to help expose deception, even admitting that English commissaries themselves were part of the problem. His proposal was blunt. Let Dutch officers conduct simultaneous musters across all English companies, then compare the figures against the old English records. It was a way to trap the captains with their own inflated lists. Complaints from Lord Burghley soon followed, criticizing the poor condition of companies meant for Rouen. Bodley bristled at the charge. He reminded Whitehall that he had received no official orders, that muster books were rarely submitted, and that after months in the field, it was inevitable that companies would be worn down. Sir Thomas Morgan made the same defense about his men from Bergen op Zoom, explaining that constant campaigning had thinned their numbers. Some soldiers had been detached on other duties, others had slipped away rather than face another grueling season. Sir Francis Vere was equally frank. After 4 months of fighting, he had 1,800 men still in service out of 17 companies. The attrition, he insisted, was natural, not evidence of neglect. The Crown's muster system often frustrated Elizabeth's strategic ambitions. Because it was highly decentralized, she could never fully control how her soldiers were deployed or when they were committed alongside allies. Commanders in the field rarely knew the true strength of their forces, which left operations vulnerable to uncertainty. The problem became especially severe in the 1590s. Henry IV's French volunteers came and went at will, leaving him dependent on English infantry. Dutch commanders also relied heavily on the English garrisons to hold key towns, freeing their own men for field campaigns. In this way, English soldiers acted as anchors for Allied operations, though Allies often worried whether those anchors were heavy enough. The quality of English troops, once they had endured a year of campaigning, was usually good. But numbers remained the real issue, and those numbers depended less on the Crown than on the captains who commanded individual companies. Captains were the essential link between strategy and manpower, and new muster rules were designed to curb their abuses. Senior commanders like Essex, Sir John Norris, and Sir Roger Williams knew that success required balancing discipline with patronage. They had to win the captain's loyalty, sometimes indulging them, sometimes partnering with them in business, in order to keep the military machine running. Mountjoy became the prime example of this style of leadership. In Ireland, unlike in the Low Countries, he did not have to contend with foreign allies interfering, which gave him greater control over his officers. Ultimately, warfare in this period turned on the careful distribution of limited resources. Captains controlled those resources, but Elizabeth herself recognized their importance. Her tight control over spending showed that she understood victory or defeat often depended on money and supplies as much as on courage in battle. Ireland revealed English warfare in its starkest form, without the influence of allies. Yet the skills used there had been honed abroad. Continental wars served as England's military academy, offering many different schools of war. The Low Countries emphasized siegecraft and joint land-sea operations, which drew English volunteers in large numbers. In contrast, Ireland was never a popular theater, and so most of the best soldiers, men like the Norrises, the Veres, and Sir Roger Williams, first proved themselves in Europe before returning home with hard-won experience. From 1585 onward, however, the Crown increasingly relied on pressed men from the shires. These recruits were less willing, but even they learned to fight effectively once exposed to the brutal rhythm of continental campaigns. Certain individuals came to embody this English art of war. Sir Roger Williams was one of them. His career defies easy categorization. In 1574, instead of serving in Ireland, where Elizabeth sorely needed him, he chose to fight under the Spanish banner, riding with Julian Romero. For 4 years, he gained first-hand knowledge of Spanish methods. Unlike outright traitors such as Sir William Stanley and Roland York, who deserted to Spain for religious reasons, Williams always returned to serve his queen. In 1592, when Sir Francis Vere captured Opslag, he hanged 3 English deserters found fighting in the Spanish garrison, proving his loyalty. His career reminded everyone that soldiers, like artists, often treated their profession as a trade. But Williams never crossed the line into treachery. Other veterans highlighted the same choice. Captain John Ditcher proudly recalled turning down Parma's offer of riches and command, declaring he would rather remain a poor subject of Elizabeth than a wealthy traitor. The world of soldiers operated by its own rules, different from those of civilian society. Professional fighters might serve where they were paid, but the religious violence of the Reformation made loyalty more complicated. For Williams, patriotism and pragmatism blended. He brought back his insights in his Brief Discourse of War, 1590, which analyzed Spanish tactics and offered them through an English lens. By then, he was one of Elizabeth's most trusted advisors, helping to prepare for the Armada in 1588 and joining the Portugal expedition the following year. Sir Roger Williams was no mere mercenary. He combined the entrepreneurial instincts of a condottiere with a deep sense of national honor.